Welcome to Positive Psychology. I'm so glad you're here. You know, one of the key founders of the positive psychology movement, Mihaly Csikszentmihalyi, tells us that to live a good life, it's not enough to remove what is wrong with it. And positive psychology is two things at once. First and foremost, it's an active area of science that investigates those positive things that we need to add to our lives to make them good. Yet in addition, it's a movement, a dynamic force the world over. And I'm captivated by the image of you out there being able to take your curiosity about positive psychology to the next level. Just by taking this course, you'll gain skills to make a positive difference, not only in your own life, but also in the lives of others in your community. Now imagine the positive ripples that radiate out from your efforts here. And now imagine those positive ripples multiplied by thousands or tens of thousands. You are part of something much larger here. That's the positive psychology movement, and you're right at the center of it. Now I see the broad reach of this movement firsthand, having been elected president of the International Positive Psychology Association. Members of IPA, as we call it, hail from more than 70 countries and include scientists and practitioners, alongside students and anyone else with an abiding interest in positive psychology. In fact, IPA can help you maintain your connection to the positive psychology community long after you've completed this course. Now, speaking of community, you'll notice that I teach this online course as a small seminar, and that you'll be taking it alongside 4 in-video classmates, Brett, Kelly, Patrick, and Debbie. Now, I chose this format for 2 reasons. First, each of these people has a unique perspective on positive psychology that I know you'll benefit from hearing. Second, I think learning happens best through dialogue and sharing ideas, and this small seminar format allows this exchange in the videos themselves. Also, from time to time in these videos, you'll see tiny yellow lines bisect the timeline. At each of those moments, and there's one coming up soon, I'll pause the action to give you a moment to reflect or answer a quick question. Doing so will heighten your engagement with positive psychology, so don't miss out. And you know, scientific studies show that whenever you shift from passively absorbing course material to actively engaging with it, your learning accelerates. So welcome to week 1. Let's begin. Thanks so much for being here, everybody. This is going to be a fun way to learn positive psychology together. Before we get into it, I want to take a moment just to lay the playing field and get introductions. I'm Barb Fredrickson. I've been studying positive psychology even before there was positive psychology. And over the course of the weeks that we're together here, we'll be diving into a lot of that more. So I'm going to just stay short with that. But I'd love to hear from each of you guys what draws you to positive psych, what do you hope to do with it. So just take a moment and we'll introduce ourselves.
My name is Debbie. I'm a professor here and also an administrator, and I think I'm blending my worlds of athletics and business. And so I apply positive psychology in everything that I do, from competition to coaching to inspiring others, and certainly in the classroom working with young people, having to stay positive and help that tender age of 17 to 25.
And I'm Patrick. I'm a professor here at UNC and teach in our School of Education, so prepare teachers, counselors, and principals. I'm interested because when I was a counselor with middle school kids, when we talked about something positive, they really responded versus the problems they were having. And so now I prepare counselors that way and study hope and some other things around positive psych.
Great. Kelly?
Well, my name's Kelly, and I have a degree in psychology, and then I went back to school to get certified as a holistic health coach. I work with people who want to live more fully and deeply, and I offer coaching to improve their health on any number of levels in mind, body, and spirit. I'm especially excited about applying positive psychology to people who have chronic illness based on my own experience with that.
And I'm Brett, and I'm a PhD student here at Carolina, and I research positive emotions and try to use science to help us understand how positive emotions shape our health and our social relationships with others, and how we can utilize positive emotions in our everyday lives.
Great. I am so grateful that you're all here joining me in this course, because your perspectives are going to mean so much to the other people who take this course through other means. So thanks a lot. I'm really grateful. So I really love to refer back to Chris Peterson, a good friend of mine who's been a leader in positive psychology, used to say, positive psychology is not a spectator sport, that you have to dive right in and experience it, because otherwise it's just a bunch of abstract ideas. So I want to start us off by getting us familiar with the concepts of emotion. So I want you to have an emotion right now. So, and we're going to start off with the bad. I want you to think of, relive a negative emotional experience, maybe something that was so frustrating that, it just made you want to explode. And just take a moment to relive that in your mind. Think about where you were, who you were with, what had just happened. And as you begin to relive that in your mind, just notice whether you can make it grow for just a second or two. And then take a moment to reflect on what stands out in that experience. How does reliving this make your body feel? What does it make your face feel like? What thoughts come to mind? What does it make you want to do?
My first thought is to reject it.
Yeah.
I don't want to go back there.
Yeah,
And so I'm getting rigid and heart starts racing.
right,
Yeah,
right.
it's uncomfortable.
Right. So with any emotional experience, they either fit with or against what we want. So a big part of emotion experience is this wanted or unwanted? And so there's often either an embrace it, I want to feel this way, or no, don't want to feel this way. So that great example of just that responses to emotion are a big part of emotion. You can't have an emotion without having a response to emotion at the same time. Anyone else?
I wanted to echo something that you mentioned, in that when I think about something, that negative emotion, you said your heart started racing, and I experienced that too, both in the moment when I'm experiencing it, but even when I'm thinking about it, I can sometimes, you can feel your heart racing and kind of tense up, and it's like, it's a very full body type of feeling.
Right. Mm-hmm. One of the things that's so true of emotions is emotions aren't something that just sit up in your head, roll around in your skull. They are embodied. And there's no emotion that isn't embodied. So it's going to affect what happens in your heart. It's going to affect your muscle tension. It's going to, certainly affect aspects of how you carry yourself even. So anyone else want to join in?
Just my reaction a little bit is I want to move on, so it's hard for me to come and process that negative thing.
Yeah.
I always try to be future focused, so I try to move from that. So it's hard for me to go back and do that reflection on negative stuff.
Right. So again, I think there's a real way in which individual differences come into play here a lot, whereas some people can't move on from the negative, and then some people want to move past them really quickly. So your kind of preferences and home way of being with emotions kind of shows up right away. Yeah. One of the things that I wanted to just point out is there's a typical models of emotion that help us understand sort of what's all happening in an emotional experience. I asked you to think about a circumstance that might have made you frustrated. So a lot of times emotions, they start as situated experiences. So, some way in which your current circumstance is good for you or bad for you. But it's not like there's an automatic connection between a situation and everybody's going to feel the same way. How people interpret that situation is the place that turns an emotion into despair or hope, or kind of it's a major gateway into whether emotions are negative or positive, or what flavor of positive or what flavor of negative they'll be. So that interpretation phase is often called, the sense making or the appraisal that comes out of it. Brett, you mentioned that you could definitely feel the changes in heart rate or muscle tension, and so one of the things I would want to point out is that that's not just a private experience. I mean, how are other people going to be able to pick up on that? Certainly your face feels kind of a little bit different. If you're holding your jaw tight, people can see that. If you're starting to get like tense or whatever, people can see that. This is part of, emotions aren't just a private experience. They are, whether we like it or not, they're broadcast. They're broadcast out. So those bodily changes show up in posture, they show up in the tone of our voice, they show up, in what people are picking up from our smiles or our frowns or scowls, so. And then this last piece, Debbie, you started with that, the responses to emotion. It's like, oh, do I want to go there, or do I want to hold back? One thing that's I really want to emphasize is these responses to emotion are no small thing. I mean, you can you respond to a situation by, like, oh, I don't want to feel this way. I don't want to show anybody what I'm feeling. I'm going to try to be kind of stone-faced about it. So one response would be to try to modify or clamp down on what you were feeling. Another response would be like, oh, I want to think about this situation differently. You might think you first come across something kind of scary, maybe go into a transition to high school, your example, and then you can reframe it, well, it's an opportunity to make new friends, or, some kind of one response could be to, I don't want to feel this way, let me think about it differently. Another response is to go and change the situation, this isn't a great situation, I want to, these people are kind of at odds with each other, I want to bring them together, or something like that. So these responses to emotion create this like dynamic change over time. So it's sometimes people take emotions just to be that feeling state. It's like, oh, I feel happy or I feel irritated. But what we have is so much more in terms of, there's the embodied thoughts, and a dynamic change in what those are. So from a scientific perspective, we don't think of emotions as just a feeling state. It's an embodied feeling state that comes with action, urges, that comes with responses that get us to change the situation or change our thoughts. So anyway, thanks for playing along with going to the negative for a moment. But I appreciate that.
Yeah.
So one thing that's you also mentioned was, we talked about individual differences in how people respond to emotions. That's, sort of at this back end of the model is often where cultural values, individual differences, personal histories come into play and, shape the emotion experience as it occurs. But also all of these, feedback arrows that go from, how we respond to emotion to how we reinterpret. This is what creates that dynamic that keeps a spiral going, like a downward spiral for negative emotions or an upward spiral for positive emotions. It's as if these appraisals or these interpretive lenses that we get with an emotion kind of hang on and color the next circumstance, so that when you're when you're angry, it's kind of like you have blame lenses on, and then you see everything else in terms of blame. And this is how we get on these jags, these emotional spirals. So I don't want to leave you guys in the negative, but do you have any questions about this before we move along?
Were you talking about cognitive appraisal right there? So the emotion happens and how you appraise it cognitively? Is that what you're referring to?
Yeah, this is sort of our mental mindset
Okay.
of our circumstances,
Right.
is what will determine the nature or the flavor of the negative emotion or the positive emotion. So yeah, I want to give you guys a chance to undo the last one and experience something good. So think of a time, just take a moment to think of a time that things were going just so right for you, when whatever it was that happened made you kind of want to jump for joy even. So take a moment to relive that in your mind's eye. Think about where you were, who you were with, what had just been happening. And as you let that feeling grow, just observe, how does it feel? What's the feeling on your face, in your body? What does it make you want to do next?
You want more.
Yeah, yeah, definitely. And you guys are so much more pleasant to look at while you're reliving this. So yeah, what else stood out to you?
There's just a feeling of lightness and
Yeah.
maybe sitting taller. And I even found myself wanting to laugh out loud.
Uh-huh.
Yeah,
Yeah.
just a feeling of joy.
Yeah, yeah. So again, different flavor altogether, but that showed up in sort of how you wanted to carry yourself. Yeah. Anyone else?
I think mine was more pride, because I was thinking of family member and proud of what happened, and kind of connection with my spouse because of that. So it was more of a pride thing that came out.
And so what did that make you want to do?
I don't know do-wise. It
just-
just made me feel really confident, I think, and just comfortable.
Cool.
So I think comfort was the biggest thing.
Yeah, cool, great example.
Mine is similar to that. And so when you think about to do, I'm thinking about sharing.
Yeah.
That you want people to know the recognition by looking at people or hugging or a high five or a fist bump. But something when it's positive, it's got to spread.
Exactly. Yeah, I think one of the most common action urges, to use a jargon term, that goes with positive emotions is share, be with others, hug, find someone to share the good news with. If you happen to be alone when something good happens, it's like you hurry up and try to find the next person, to share it with. So there are a lot of similarities between negative and positive emotions. I mean, they're embodied feelings. So just like negative emotions show up in how our muscles feel or how our faces feel, positive emotions do too. And just like negative emotions can be picked up by others, our positive emotions are going to show up in our posture, how you carry yourself, smiling, just that kind of, people kind of glow a little bit. There's a little bit of a radiance that starts to, signal to others, yeah, here's a safe person. I want to connect here. So they definitely have kind of a social broadcasting piece of them. They show up in our voices and so on. So they have that embodied component. They also, all emotions stem from some change in our circumstance. Something good for me, something bad for me has happened. Now that circumstance can also be a mental circumstance, so that you can create this through memory or through priorities. You don't have to wait for something in the world to happen to create a positive emotion. But how we interpret those is the, sort of the gatekeeper as to whether this emotion is going to start. We don't talk about coping with positive emotions in the same way you talk about coping with negative emotions, which is why I like the word response to emotion, because it kind of fits with whether it's positive or negative. But people still have values about whether, is this okay to feel? You know, some people feel like it's dangerous to feel good, and so they kind of try to speed past it really quickly. But you know, so equally there's a kind of a matter of culture and personality and sort of individual personal history that comes in to shape whether people let a positive emotion kind of fully bloom in a way, or whether they're kind of quick to move past it. So
in schools, we almost always attend to the negative posture, face, you know, and so I don't know, even if I was working in the school or working with my folks, that if we ever recognize that this positivity is happening in kids, because you're so in tune to, oh, something's wrong, I need to address it.
Right, right. Well, that's a great example of how, you know, the negative stuff just pops out because it's typically signaling there's a problem to be addressed. And so one of the things that positive psychology can do is help us tune our eye to the other side of emotions as well. So we don't just think, you know, it's either ho-hum or negative, you know, that there's a broader range.
This reminds me of the athletic world. And when you're talking about coaching, the new wave of coaching is that you focus on someone's strengths. That's what you want to build up. Now at the lower level, of course, you have to work on everything. But, you know, college, professional sports, you have to develop the strengths and work in that, versus just focusing on the negative, fix, fix, fix. No, let's elevate the positive and work as a team, the collaboration.
Oh, great example, great example. And the spiraling aspect is, again, also very much in play with positive emotions. And so just like a negative emotion kind of, I feel like each emotion kind of implicitly takes as its job to recreate itself in the next minute, so that you know, we have, if we're angry or frustrated, we start seeing things in terms of blame, and then that blame game kind of takes over. But the same can be true for positive emotions. Like once we start feeling that the situation I'm in is a gift, you know, then the next situation is a gift, and then gratitude starts to take hold, and it's like this upward spiral that buoys you along. So again, the dynamics that go with emotions are part of why they're, you know, I say they're the tiny engines that drive all of positive psychology, because these spirals really can take off, and each one kind of, each emotion in this moment affects our emotions in the next moment. And also, you know, they have this contagion effect too.
I have middle school daughters, so I know the contagion effect well, because they either come in home really happy or not so happy, and
Right.
it does affect my emotion too.
Right, right. Yeah, it gives you a different responsibility as a parent to be, you know, like echoing the right ones and, you know, trying to be there to receive the other ones. So anyway, I think it's really important to get this foundation of emotions not just being feelings, but kind of a whole process that have this dynamic spiraling potential, because that helps us see how we can make good use of that. So, thanks. So you've gotten a bit of a flavor for positive and negative emotions, how they differ. I mean, one of the key ways that they differ is that positive emotions are so much more subtle than negative emotions. I mean, negative emotions kind of scream at you, and positive emotions are just a little whisper sometimes. And that asymmetry between the positive and the negative is something that is definitely sort of part of life, and it's a key part of understanding positive psychology. Is negativity bias can kind of blind us to the opportunities to experience positive emotions. So maybe just take a moment and think of an example of when negativity bias creeps into your daily life. Anyone have an example of that?
Yeah, well, what comes to mind for me is there have been times where I've, say, given a talk or had an interview or something, and there will be maybe one thing that I said that was wrong or just not exactly how I wanted to say it. And even if it was a great talk, afterwards that'll kind of be replaying like, oh, I could have said it this way and that would have been more powerful, or whatever it is. But it's amazing how much it can stick with you, something
Right.
small like that.
Right. Yeah. This is the way the human brain is designed. Now, that's not necessarily a personality difference. This is kind of a human universal, is that the negative stuff pops out and screams. So, there are all kinds of ways where we can see where that would have been adaptive. Does anybody have thoughts on?
Well, I'm thinking of the political campaign, political season. You just get a hold of one thing, and then the commercials and the negative ads, and it just spirals and spirals, and we end up so polarized, and people hold on to the negative versus even taking the time to get to know the candidate or the platform.
Right.
All you need is one spark, and then it just goes off.
Well, it's because, that one spark will grab everybody's attention. So this is why the news is, if it bleeds, it leads. That's because the job of those in the media is to grab attention. And so that's the quickest, cheapest, surefire way to get that attention. So, it's kind of like a cheap shot in some ways. But it's just the way the brain is designed, our whole, what we inherited from our, early human ancestors. And, you can see pretty readily that, okay, it's good for us to be attuned to danger, because those of our ancestors who were attuned to danger, became our ancestors instead of just being a broken branch on the family tree. Some people have argued that the negativity bias is, like, in the current circumstance, a design flaw. I don't think it is, because if we're feeling great and wonderful, so great and wonderful that we don't notice that a bus is about to hit us, that wouldn't be good. So we still need this negativity bias today, but it does kind of get in the way, and our brains are just supercharged, ready to pick apart any mistakes or come across anything negative. So we just need to work with that, kind of counteract that. I think one way to counteract that is to get more familiar with the range of positive emotions. And so one thing I'd like to do is to kind of go through 10 different kinds of positive emotions really quickly, and for each one talk about the kind of circumstance that creates it, the kind of appraisal or how we interpret that circumstance that triggers it, what it makes us want to do right then, and then kind of long term, what are the outcomes that go with it? And just to give you a flavor of, positive emotions isn't just all happy. There's so many different kinds of positive emotions, and in fact, I've written in some places like, oh, I'd like to ban the word happy, just because it's used so often. It's not very specific. Certainly I don't ban the word happy, but as a scientist, it becomes a little less useful sometimes, so I try to get a little more specific. The emotion that's probably closest to happy would be joy. The circumstances that elicit joy are, something's going really well for you, maybe better than expected, the situation feels safe. And when people feel joyful, the tendency that comes out in terms of a change in action urges, sort of the jargon phrase we use, is people get playful. They kind of want to mix it up with others, kind of, be a little off the wall. That happy feeling, comes with that tendency to play. And one thing that's interesting about when people get playful, they're actually learning. They don't know they're learning, but you're kind of, learning new connections with others, or, even in rough and tumble play, people are learning physical skills or the best hideouts, or different things like that. So anyway, the one that's probably closest to happy is joy, and that's kind of an upbeat positive emotions. Within positive emotions, there's also a lot of quieter ones. Gratitude would be, perhaps one of the quieter positive emotions, much more social. The thing that makes gratitude stand apart from joy is that when you take that good experience, something good just happened to you, and you think, oh, someone went out of their way to make that good thing happen. When that interpretation is added on to joy, then it becomes gratitude. It's like, oh, you did this, you didn't have to do that. I feel, I cherish our friendship, and that sort of thing. That way in which seeing that someone else did something kind is the origin of the good thing. And when people feel grateful, they kind of want to creatively or find a way to give back, or pay it forward to somebody else, or because it just inspires you to try to be kind when you recognize kindness. And so that's sort of a kind of a long-term stream of gratitude. Another of the quieter positive emotions would be serenity. Just feeling like your current circumstances are so right that you just want to have more of this in your life. And I think in those moments, people, some emotion theorists had said, when people feel serene or content, they just don't want to do anything. I think what's happening is much more mental in that stage, where people are kind of savoring and integrating, saying, I would like to have more of this in my life, please. So even though there may not be a lot of action, like that playful running around business, there's still a lot going on cognitively, and that helps people know what they prioritize. There's another positive emotion that a lot of people don't think of as a positive emotion, is interest. And I think sometimes people think emotions are rare and interest is so common that that maybe it's not an emotion, but I really think it is. It's things, the circumstances are safe, but there's some amount of novelty, something that you haven't mastered yet that kind of draws you in, some kind of mystery kind of pulls you in. And yet, overall, it's a reasonably safe situation. It doesn't become anxiety producing. When people feel that, they're kind of pulled in to explore and learn something new along the way. One of my favorite positive emotions, because it actually occurs in situations where the circumstances are not positive at all, is hope. It's like the next possible emotion might be despair. So, not all positive emotions happen in circumstances that are good. So with hope, it's kind of fearing the worst, but yearning for better. And that kind of situation, fearing the worst, yearning for better, kind of pulls out people's inventiveness and increases their resilience to hard times. Pride is, you mentioned this earlier, in terms of feeling proud of your family members. Whenever the circumstance that causes pride is a socially valued achievement. Something, not just you did something good, but you did something good that in our culture is valued, and that kind of makes people kind of come together and feel proud, both either of themselves for doing something that's valued by others, or proud of another person for showing those values. And sometimes people say the action tendency of pride is to just, boast, kind of just, stand tall. But actually, I think there's a lot more going on mentally with that, and is that people start dreaming big and dreaming of the next thing. Well, if I could do that, then I could do this other thing. So it kind of unlocks this achievement motivation. You can probably see this in school settings a lot, or in sports settings too. So just to get through the rest of these positive emotions, another one is amusement, and the part of amusement that I think is really amusing to me is that scientists have just described what makes amusement is non-serious social incongruity, which kind of takes all the fun out of it, doesn't it? But basically it's like some mishap, but it's non-serious. And so it's not like you go and rush to somebody's aid, but when you just kind of make some kind of mishap, and that leads to amusement, shared laughter, and creates connection. Inspiration, another positive emotion. You have talked about using positivity to inspire. I think that the circumstance that causes inspiration is seeing human excellence on display, and or a great talent that's worthy of your admiration. And that's a matter of interpretation. I mean, some people see people do good things and think, oh, ho hum, and others really frame it as, oh, that's an exemplar. I'd like to be more like them. And that sort of aspiring to one's own excellence in seeing another person's excellence is really what's going on with inspiration. There's another more cognitive positive emotion, awe. It's also kind of a quiet one. It's sort of like feeling like you're in the presence of greatness on a large scale. So it's kind of like inspiration might be a little more personal. Awe sometimes feels like I, as a person feeling awe, feel small relative to the grandness of what's happening here, and it's an emotion that's really shaped around helping us accommodate something new, and it helps us see ourselves as part of a larger whole. You know, kind of knits us to something larger. Now, I've mentioned all of these positive emotions in the order of their frequency in people's daily experience, according to the research that we've done in our lab. I mean, it's not definitive, but at least people tend to feel joy and gratitude the most. The one exception that I made is I saved the best for last, love, which is actually one of the most positive or most frequent positive emotions people experience. And I think of that as kind of an all of the above positive emotion. It's it's feeling joy with others. It's feeling serene with others. And whenever a positive emotion is kind of co-experienced by two or more people, that could equally be redescribed as love. Now we'll talk a lot more about that later in the course. But one of the things I want to mention is that the negativity bias is always present. Scientists call that sort of bad is stronger than good. There's another equally important asymmetry between positive and negative, and that is, it goes under the heading of positivity offset. And that is that positive experiences are actually more frequent than negative. So that's what I think gives us a sense of hope about all of this, is that there's actual scientific evidence to show that the distribution of good and bad events in people's lives, for the most part, favors the good. There are many more good things going on. Now, whether we actually let those positive events become positive emotions, that's kind of a matter of choice and training in a way. But the most often people feel a mild positive emotion. If you kind of just want to take the average emotion that people feel across their day, unless you're depressed or anxious or going through a particularly hard time. But average experience tends to be on this positivity offset. So I mean, I'm just wondering if you guys have any experiences or connections that would kind of capture either one of these asymmetries, positivity offset, or
Is there such thing as neutral? And it seems like the positive ones that we maybe don't recognize might be perceived as just neutral.
Exactly.
They don't recognize it because it's just neutral, or they feel it's neutral?
Yeah. I think that's a great question, because just kind of like a fish doesn't see water. If we feel interested a lot of the time, we might not see that as a positive emotion. Or if we feel comfortable and kind of, reasonably happy with the situation. We kind of see it as nothing. When I think, we can take those subtle experiences and realize, oh yeah, that's this positive stuff. That's can start this upward spiral. This interest could get me, going a lot further. So, thanks.
I find it interesting that the positive events happen more frequently than negative events, and I think one of the things from my research that I'm interested in exploring is maybe that's what we can do to get people to experience their relationships more fully, or positive emotions more fully, is really just to take notice of the positive events that are already there. And it might not be about changing anything, but just noticing and appreciating things that are there.
Exactly.
Reminds me of a new exercise that's going around the world. I just started participating, where you get a jar, or I grabbed a flower vase, and every day you take a piece of paper and you jot down the good things that happened to you.
Yeah.
And then a year from now you read them. So it's the same concept. Now you're being intentional and looking at those positive activities for the day.
Yeah, great example.
We do it with kids in school too, solution-focused counseling. You look for these exceptions to the negative stuff, so actually the positive stuff for them to attend to, which I haven't thought about, because if I'm failing a class, I've never done well. But there's always some time that they have done better than that, and so if they focus on those, it really helps them get active and some agency into doing something about it.
Yeah, great examples, you guys. This is wonderful. Thanks. So each positive emotion tends to have its own dynamic. It's got its unique kind of situation that it stems from, and its unique kind of action urges that it, motivates us to want to do, and also they have unique things that they build in our lives too. If we take all of the different kind of action urges that go with the positive emotions that we just talked about, for joy, it's play. For gratitude, it'd be creative giving. Just going down the list: savor and integrate, explore, yearn for a positive change, dream big, get new insight, aspire to excellence. These, have a different flavor to them than the kinds of action urges that go with negative emotions, which, are things like attack, flee, spit, get whatever it is that disgusts you out of your mouth. So it's kind of easy to see how the negative emotions would, those actions, attack, flee, fight or flight, would have been useful for our ancestors. But how do you see these things being potentially useful? I mean, what's the value of exploring, of dreaming big, of coming up with a new insight? I mean, these are, one way, the negative emotions get us to do one thing, the one thing that was, perhaps the best answer for our ancestors when they, faced a threat to life or limb. But positive emotions aren't about getting you to do one thing. They're about kind of broadening your perspective and getting you to be open to do, maybe 10 different things. There's a number of things that might fit into the situation. So they kind of, negative emotions kind of have this clamp down kind of, they really put blinders on us and get us to want to do one thing. Positive emotions kind of pull those blinders away and broaden us. So
I'm just thinking about kids learning in school, or in school environments in general. If teachers could have more positive classrooms, the kind of things you describe about exploring and interest and all that would be a beneficial thing.
Right, exactly. So it's like that foundation, that emotional soil that you create in a classroom setting is either going to, help people be in that kind of flexible mode versus not. Great
I'm
example.
reminded of that cliche, survive and thrive. So the negativity might be more on the survival, even though positive is as well, but thriving, that's where the positive is.
Yeah, yeah.
And so getting into your mission and your purpose in life, you want to thrive, you want to really excel. So
Right.
that's where the positivity kicks in.
Right. So it's a it's a great example of how, you know, negative emotions could be about saving your skin, getting you through this terrible moment. Positive emotions really aren't about saving your skin in this moment. They're about preparing you for the next moments. You know, so this is where I feel like the time scale of negative and positive emotions is just so different. Negative emotions, the adaptive benefit is like right in the here and now. And for, at least for our ancestors, you know, negative emotions aren't always adaptive in the here and now for us today. But positive emotions, their benefit doesn't show up when you feel them. It shows up down the road. And it shows up down the road in step with how frequently you've felt that positive emotion or a range of positive emotions. So whereas negative emotions are really about time present, positive emotions are really about time future. You know, they help us become better versions of ourselves. So these are two ideas that I've encapsulated within this theoretical approach that I developed called the broaden and build theory. So that, you know, positive emotions in the moment that we experience them broaden our mindsets. The value of that broadened mindset is that the more moments we have of that broadened mindset, the more we build our resources and change who we are, fundamentally change who we are, and become a more resilient, more resourceful, more connected version of ourselves. So there's kind of like these two aspects of positive emotions on these two different time scales. There's a lot of different metaphors that I think fit here. I like to compare these moments of positive emotions. They can last just seconds sometimes, to nutrients. You know, it's like, you know, if people want to be healthy, they can't eat like one stem of broccoli in this particular year and expect to be healthy. I think my kids think they would, you know, that one vegetable that they ate last month would do. But no, we need to have a lot. I mean, the number keeps raising for fruits and vegetables, right? You know, we have to, you know, get dozens in a day. But, you know, positive emotions are kind of like that. We need the nutrients that they offer in terms of that way in which they enlarge our minds, in order to grow and change and be kind of the healthiest, most resourceful versions of ourselves. So nutrients is one metaphor I like to use. I also like to use this, you know, metaphor of like the tiny engines. They drive our growth, but they're a small driver of that growth, and you just need multiple experiences of that. You know, I have this one slide that I've used in lectures and teaching of an engine that fits on the tip of your finger. You know, it's like, it's almost invisible, but it's, you know, you can make an engine that small. You know, and emotions are kind of like that. They positive emotions they're subtle, they're fleeting, you can often overlook them, but they're powerful drivers of who we become. So I don't know if there are points of connection or you have your own metaphors or versions.
Your nutrient one is really on with what we do with counseling and prepare counselors is we help them understand they're not mechanics, but they're gardeners, because they come into the field wanting to fix kids and think that they can fix things, but it's really more growing those positive attributes and strengths that they do have. So it fits right with the nutrient idea.
Oh, that's great. Great example. You've now encountered foundational facts about positive emotions, the tiny engines that drive positive psychology. Now it's time to rev those engines. My friend, the late Christopher Peterson, author of one of the very first textbooks in positive psychology, was famous for pointing out that positive psychology is not a spectator sport. To learn it, you need to get in the game and experience it for yourself. So I strongly encourage you to begin incorporating the ideas that you've already encountered into your own life to get a sense of their true impact. An exercise to get you started is to select one of the 10 positive emotions that we've discussed and build a positivity portfolio around it. This is a collection of heartfelt images and mementos that you gather that when you take time with them truly serve to generate that emotion in you. Students in my classes here at UNC find this to be a fun and intrinsically rewarding assignment, and that's why I've made it your first experiential assignment here. The intentionality of this exercise combats the fact that positive emotions are subtle and fleeting, and that the opportunities to experience them are easy to miss. You can also combat negativity bias by committing to savor positive experiences. Take time to breathe them in so that they flower into positive emotions. Rick Hanson, author of Hardwiring Happiness, suggests that pausing to let good events sink in for 10 to 20 seconds allows them to become part of you, and this habit can rewire your brain to create a lasting positive psychology inside of you. And this is a simple shift in mindset that you can start right now. This week, we go deeper into exploring the scientific evidence on positivity, how it affects your thinking, your development, your resilience. Although this area of science is relatively new, I want to underscore that the foundational ideas have been around for centuries, as articulated in poetry and other wisdom traditions. For instance, 13th century poet Rumi said, "There is a way of breathing that's a shame and a suffocation. And there's another way of expiring," he called it a love breath, "that lets you open infinitely." There's an analogy with how plants flourish that fits well here too. Sunlight is crucial for the life of all plants, and at some level, plants know this and turn towards the light and stretch themselves open to soak in as much as they can in order to flourish. Scientists call this the heliotropic effect. There's a similar heliotropic effect in humans, where positivity is crucial for the life of all humans, and at some level your brain knows this and turns towards sources of positivity and stretches itself open to take in as much as it can in order to flourish. Let's begin. So I just want to dive right in this week and get you to experience some ways that different mental states affect your thinking. So right now, I want you to all look at this on the screen. Let's just see. Don't try to think of anything in particular. Just take a moment to check out this imagery. Kind of clear your mind. Now, turn over your pieces of paper and think, okay, given this feeling that this imagery created, what do you want to do right now? You have a sheet of paper that says, "I would like to," 20 different times. Just fill out some of those. Okay. So let's try a different experience next. So let's see, this will be a little different. Okay, you guys get the feel for this. So now, stepping away from the specifics of this exact video, kind of, think of a situation in your own life where same feelings would arise. Go to the next page, fill out what does it make you want to do right now. Okay, so you had a little bit of an experience coming up with, what does it make you want to do right now? This I don't know if this worked as a demonstration of a classic study, but we'll see. Did you have a longer list the second time or the first time?
Second time.
Second? Okay. Not you, it sounds like. So Debbie was a longer list the first time, but everyone else had a longer list the second time, okay. This kind of models a study that we did really early on to try to demonstrate this idea that positive emotions broaden people's action repertoires. And now the hardest thing to do in a demonstration like this is to try to, or even in the laboratory, is to try to hit neutral, right? I mean, and so that's, by showing you that screensaver, I was trying to have it be like an emotional palate cleanser and just kind of be neutral. Now, only you can decide whether that was neutral or was kind of groovy. But that's actually the toughest thing to bring into the laboratory, is that neutral feeling. Mild positive emotions are a little bit easier. And when we've done this as a study in the laboratory, we randomly assigned people to different emotional conditions, so that some people were in the neutral condition, others were in one of two different positive emotion conditions. And what we found in this work is that when people do the same exact outcome measure that you guys just did, what would you like to do right now? When people feel contentment or serenity or joy, kind of playful, either of those leads to a longer list of what people want to do next or do right now compared to neutral. That's the most important comparison. But we also find that if you induce a negative emotion like anger or fear, people's lists get really short. They have one or two things on their mind, but they don't have that same fluidity about all these possibilities. So the way I think about it, if you think of a sign with posts of different directions that you could go. It's like when you're feeling neutral, you got maybe one or two different signposts on there. If you're feeling negative, there's just one direction. And when you're feeling positive, there's maybe a half a dozen or different things, different directions that you could go. So that's one way that positive emotions, expand people's awareness and, help people come up with different possibilities for action, what to do next. There's other work that we've done where we're able to see that positive emotions get people to see the big picture. And one way we've done this is by showing people images like these, where we'll ask people which of these two comparison figures on the bottom most resembles this target figure on the top. And there's no right or wrong answer, but people kind of will have a preference for one or the other. And we got interested in this because there was some early work to say that people's kind of emotional styles of their personalities predicted which one they gravitated to. So if sometimes if people see this one as most similar, they're focusing on the local detail elements. And that had been associated with pessimism and depressive states more. Now, this is not a one-item mental health test. Don't worry about that. But people who are more optimistic or satisfied with life would be more likely to say this one's more similar in its global configuration. Now, when we did the laboratory studies where we randomly assign people to feel joy, serenity, anger, fear, we're able to push around whether people, are more likely to see the similarities along the details versus see the similarities along the global configuration. It's kind of like the positive emotions allow you to kind of step back and see that configuration that allows you to connect the dots. Other people's labs have done eye tracking studies, there's a camera trained right on people's irises and checking out every movement of the eye. And they find that, if you give people an unexpected gift, like if I were to give you a bag of candy right now or something that you didn't expect, that you would be more likely to kind of search around the visual scene, make more eye movements, and kind of take in more of the context that you're in. Whereas if you're feeling neutral, whatever is right in the center is what people tend to focus on. So there's ways in which really behavioral tests have shown this broadening to be real. So, sometimes it feels like a loose metaphor, positive emotions broaden awareness, but, it's really not a loose metaphor. It's very concrete. One of my favorite studies on this comes from another lab that does brain imaging. And what they did is show people these compound images, like a face, right in the middle of a real estate ad, a picture of a house. And they gave people the very simple task, nobody ever got it wrong, to say whether the face is male or female. And so they did this while people were in brain imaging scanner. And the work capitalized on how there's certain parts of the brain that we know register human faces, and there are other parts of the brain that register places. And so there's, in a way, a place area of the brain and a face area of the brain. And they use this knowledge in this study to see what people were picking up or encoding when they see this complex image. And additionally, in this study, what they did was introduce positive and negative emotions with images, short slide images of puppies or money or tasty desserts or something, just really mild things. And other people had neutral states or negative states. And what they found was that when people are feeling negative emotions, they follow these task instructions so well. They just look at the face, and you can tell this because the place areas of the brain don't show any activity at all. Whereas the face area is showing activity. That same thing holds for neutral states. But when people are feeling positive, it's like they can't help but take in that contextual information. So and they know this because there was change in blood flow in both the place area of the brain and the face area of the brain. So, it's not just through behavioral studies or eye tracking studies. We know this through brain imaging studies that the way the brain works is just fundamentally different in positive states versus neutral. One analogy I've used a lot of times is this water lily analogy. In an early version of my book, I had it as daylilies, and someone told me, daylilies don't do what you say they do. So I had to come back and change it to water lilies. But so when you're feeling neutral, it's kind of like you're this, closed up water lily, and in a way those petals function as blinders. But when a positive emotion moves through you, those blinders kind of pull away, and your world becomes larger. It's like your experience of the world is expanded. So I'm just wondering if you guys have any examples of how this kind of broadened awareness factors into, the way you move through the world, or connections to creativity, or if there's other ways in which this resonates for you in any way.
Well, I've seen it a lot in my own life, and what it really makes me think of is in coaching, talking to people about their health. People can feel so stuck, and especially if there's an illness going on, there's a lot of negativity and stress. And just introducing more positive emotion can really open people up to all of these possibilities. It brings in hope. That they can actually do more things to promote their well-being that they may have just never considered before.
Yeah, great example.
Yeah.
Thanks, Kelly.
I'll say in my work with social justice around race relations, it's a very, very touchy time right now, in particular in America. And so it's a blend of positivity and faith, and knowing that I'm a spark of the divine, but so are you, and you, and you, and you. So regardless of where we might feel on a particular position, I have to remember that there's something positive in you, and you're a spark of the divine, which is positive. It's all about love. So somewhere you have to find that kernel of love, and not hate the person necessarily.
Right,
Yeah.
right. And that just opens up possibilities when you do that.
It broadens it in a major way.
Yeah.
Major way.
Yeah, great example, Debbie. Thanks. Thanks.
We do we do peer mediation for kids at schools. So when kids are not getting along with each other, help them learn how to negotiate conflicts and such. And it's really clear when they come in angry, there is no solutioning happening. There is no alternative other than that person was wrong.
Yeah.
So until you can get some positive, even neutral to start with, but
Yeah.
some more positive emotions, if you get those and you can kind of relax the situation, they do tend to problem solve a little bit better.
Yeah.
And so that's how I think about that. If I'm seeing a kid that's angry in school,
Yeah.
it's really not useful to help them at that point other than to calm their emotions.
Right.
And once you can do some positive stuff, then they're more open to kind of problem solving on their own.
Yeah. All right. Thanks. Thanks, guys. So positive emotions expand our awareness. The benefit of that is how that changes us over time. There's a great line from the end of a poem by the English poet John Masefield that I really like. It was this poem called Biography. It's like, how will people know me after I'm gone? By a list of dates and facts, or what he calls the golden instants of and bright days. You know, it's like, what's the better way for us to know a life? And we tend to think of it's going to be in terms of facts. But the last line of this poem is, the days that make us happy make us wise. And so I think there are ways in which when we invest in positive emotions in a repeated way, it changes who we are. And one example of that is people's passions, something that they feel is important to them, that they spend a lot of time in and they really value. And research has been accruing to show how much passions matter in terms of people's development and growth over time. And I think they exemplify this kind of, build your capacity. So I'm wondering if you could take a moment to think of a favorite activity that you devote considerable time to, that you think is important, and that really you identify with, and and one that feels in harmony with the rest of your life. So when you think of that activity, and you can say what it is or not, but how has your involvement in that activity changed you over time? I mean, what is if you're passionate for a sport? Like for me, I'm not really an athlete, but I like to go running in the woods, and there's a way in which that that keeps me in nature. When I'm running, I sometimes spot a new trail, and I think, oh, I'll come back here and bike with my son through this part of the trail or something. So there's ways in which some of my best ideas come in running. And there's ways in which that keeps a constant kind of steady stream of positive emotions in my routine. You guys have any examples of things that fit that?
So, counseling for me is all about empowering kind of others. And no better feeling when someone, not even if they're struggling, if they just feel better about what they're doing. So, selfishly, that gives me a lot of positive resonance, or whatever the right word would be. So that's what I like, why I like my field so much.
Yeah.
Can make other people feel empowered.
Yeah, great example.
I could think of lots of examples from the sport world, but, well, I guess the same human movement. I love to dance. And as I've gotten older, we don't necessarily go out to clubs and all that stuff, but many times I'll just turn on some music in my living room and just start dancing by myself. And it's fun. I mean, it's just positive, and then next you know, you're on the phone talking to someone, sharing, or on the computer. So it brings about that socialization, that engagement, but it starts with just feeling good about yourself.
So again, kind of getting back to that metaphor of nutrients, that positive emotions are nutrients for growth. I want to tell you about one study that we did a number of years ago where we weren't working with people's kind of naturally occurring, passions and ways that they kind of bring positive emotions into their daily life, but we tried to kind of surgically implant a new one for people by teaching people techniques for self-generating positive emotions. And we've done this through teaching people meditation techniques. We'll get some more experience and exposure with that, throughout this course. But here I want to describe our first study where we tested in a way it's the so what. Like, so what if positive emotions open us? What does that matter over time? Well, what we did in the studies, we had some 200 employees of a computer company who they opened their doors to us and let us do research with them. And they were midlife working adults, and we randomly assigned them to either be part of this meditation workshop during the study or after the study as kind of a thank you gift. So they were either learning these meditation techniques to self-generate positive emotions or just keeping, and everybody in the study was keeping track of their emotions on a daily basis and whether they were engaged in meditation, prayer, or solo spiritual activity. So we wanted a question that everybody could answer on a daily basis, whether they were in the workshop or not. And when they were learning these techniques, they did it in a workshop setting, kind of like this, a little larger. They come together with others for an hour a week, and we gave them guided meditations that they could take home. So it was a 6-week workshop with some home practice, and we got a really good snapshot of how people were doing before we ever randomly assigned them to one group or another. And then about 3 months later, we came back and they did a number of surveys for us. So we got a really rich snapshot pre and a really rich snapshot post. And what we found there is that teaching people these techniques to self-generate positive emotions really started this domino effect in people's lives. I mean, the first thing that we needed to see just to make this experiment valid and worthwhile was that the more time they spent in meditation, that increased their positive emotions. We found that was the case. Wasn't a huge increase. This is just a subtle upward shift in people's day-to-day lives. And that's what allowed us to then test, okay, what are the downstream effects of that? And so that first effect was just a subtle increase in positive emotions. The second effect is that subtle increase in positive emotions led to increases in key resources in people's lives. Their mental resources, like their ability to be mindful and be in the moment, their social resources, their feelings of connection with others, their psychological resources, their resilience, their mastery of difficult situations improved. We even had people report fewer aches, pains, colds, and flus. So it's like their health was improved by self-report in this first study. So we increased positive emotions that built resources. We learned that those increased resources were consequential as well, in that when people had an increase in resources, they also reported increased satisfaction with life and reduced depression. So it's there was a growth in resources, but a growth that was consequential. So in this, it really exemplifies this idea that the days that make us happy change us, help us become better versions of ourselves. Some places, in ways that are wise, and that's not just inconsequential. It affects whether we think life is worthwhile. It affects whether we feel that we can kind of stave off feelings of depression, and so on. So there's ways in which there's a long-term consequence to these things that we think are we might think of them as just sort of fleeting everyday experiences, but they change us in a deep way. It's a common misconception to be thinking about positive psychology as something, only for good times, or it's something for, the privilege for people whose lives are only in a good state. And, it's really obviously not the case. Positive emotions aren't even fair weather friends. We can experience positive emotions even when we're dealing with great difficulties. So I want to focus in this segment on resilience. What does it mean to be resilient? What's your take? Take a moment to think about what's your take on what resilience is.
So when I think about resilience, I kind of think of that ability to bounce back after something bad happens, and your ability to kind of take something that is negative and then either change the way you feel about it or find someone to help you get through that, or in some way kind of take that and bounce back and use that kind of negative energy in a way that you can kind of create some sort of positive aspect out of it. Is how I think of it sometimes.
Yeah, great example. So how important is that when we're facing tough times at work, grieving or upset about other things? Obviously it's a really vital capacity for all humans. And sometimes it can seem that, well, some people are resilient and others aren't, when in fact, resilience is one of these resources that can grow, or it's kind of like a muscle that you can build. And what we've found, studies in our lab, the PEP lab at UNC, is that positive emotions are a big piece of what enables resilience, but also what builds resilience. So positive emotions are a capacity for all humans, and so resilience is a capacity for all humans. So suppose you're in that really tough situation and everything looks really bleak. What's an appropriate or a viable way to introduce some positivity, either for yourself or for somebody else? It's not like you're going to come in and tell a joke, so you have to kind of fit the right situation. But what are the positive emotions that would fit in to difficult times?
For me, it makes me think of myself and working with other people with chronic illness is that someone can be having a really difficult time, maybe even be in intense pain, and still stop and think about what's right or what's good. So gratitude is one that comes in a lot. So instead of having the focus be on the pain and thinking I shouldn't be hurting this much, you can shift your mindset and kind of start thinking about the blessings in your life or just good things that are happening in your life.
Yeah. So a lot of times it's those quieter positive emotions that can fit in. And one of the things that I think is true of any difficult situation or things that are always true, even in difficult situations, is that, this too shall pass. That this exact way I'm experiencing my pain isn't going to be the same, later, although, it could be chronic pain, but it's, everything's changing all the time. Another one is like, I'm not in this alone. We tend to think that our negative experiences are, ours, our burden alone. But if you back up and think, well, others have grieved, I can learn from how, or that recognize that connection that I have with others, that whatever difficulty we face, we're not the first ones. to face it. So I mean, even just kind of reminding that those are kind of like in our back pocket ways to like recognize, you know, the companionship we have or the connection that we have, that you can kind of use those in a lot of different circumstances. Now, work in my lab, one of our early studies on resilience was after the terrorist attacks of 9/11 in the United States, where we found that the more positive emotions people felt in the days right after 9/11 predicted whether they bounced back in terms of avoiding excessive depressive symptoms. And you know, everybody's feeling angry and sad and uncertain and afraid, but you know, what resilient people do is in that mix of the negative emotions, they're also feeling inspired and hopeful and engaged and connected, drawing other people closer. Other labs have found similar things with the experiences of bereavement, that the positive emotions that people feel when they think back to the spouse that they've lost kind of predict their mental health a year later. So that's a way in which, you know, again, those little warmths and uplifts that we have really do help us get that bounce back. In our laboratory, one of the things that we've looked at too is recovery on a really fast scale. Like when somebody is stressed out, like in our studies in the laboratory, to get people to feel negative emotions in a controlled fashion. We tell people, you know, you're going to have to give a speech on why you are a good friend and speak into the camera, and you're going to be judged by your peers. These kind of things make people nervous. And then in some studies, we've just measured people's kind of trait levels of resilience before that speech task, and then given them that speech stressor task and see how fast, I mean, one thing that speech task does is it increases people's heart rate and blood pressure. And then what we do is we just let people move on from that and say, oh, you don't have to give that speech after all, but then see, you know, how long does it take for people to return to baseline or kind of regain calm. And what we find is that resilient people show that cardiovascular recovery quicker, but their quickness of it is predicted by how much of a challenge they thought that speech would be. They kind of converted the stress into something that was kind of positive. And if they did that, they showed this quicker recovery. We've also done studies where we take that same speech task and then we say, okay, you don't have to give your speech after all, just watch whatever comes on the video monitor. And for some people, we make it something neutral, kind of like that screensaver I showed you. Or other people get two different kinds of positive emotions, either something more upbeat and amusing, or something more low-key and calm and soothing. And another group, we actually switch their attention to another negative emotion like sadness. So in this study, when we, you know, by the flip of a coin, we had some people move on from a stressful circumstance to something positive, either something upbeat or more low-key. They showed faster cardiovascular recovery. People kind of returned to their own you know, baseline state. Kind of positive emotions there are working a little bit like a reset button, kind of get me back to the, you know, baseline calm. Whereas if you turn your attention just to something else that's not positive or something that's even negative, that prolongs that initial anxiety. So it's, you know, we describe this as positive emotions undoing negativity. Like they're a quick way to kind of clear the system of any lingering negativity that's kind of no longer useful for you at that moment. In some brain imaging work done by one of my former doctoral students, Christian Waugh, we discovered some really interesting things about resilient people. In the brain imaging scanner, he created these scenarios where people were they didn't know whether they were going to see something negative or not. They got a cue, and it could either mean, oh, I'm for certain going to see something negative, or it could mean, well, maybe it would be negative, maybe it wouldn't be. So it's kind of like this modeling this situation of certain negative and uncertain negative. And what we found there is that resilient people have a totally different way of responding to the uncertain negative. They just chill. It's like, hey, it might be negative. If it is, I'll mobilize. And if it isn't, then no harm done. But people who are less resilient, they're bracing. They're like, if it might be negative, oh, I'd be ready for it. And it's in a way, what we learned was less resilient people seem to have like 3 times the negativity, because they are, even if it's not negative, they're acting as though it is. And then they kind of, if it actually turns out not to be negative, they don't even recognize that. Do you know what I mean? It's like they don't even experience the relief of it. So what we see is that resilient people are worrying less, bracing less, rebounding quicker. And mentally, it kind of fits all of the descriptions of mindfulness, of being kind of in the moment, just taking the moment as it is. The cue in that study wasn't a threat, and resilient people didn't see it as a threat. Whereas the cue, which is like a little triangle or a square, for low resilient people was itself threatening. So, I mean, there was a way in which the blood flow in the areas of the brain that have to do with negative affectivity kind of revealed where this bracing was occurring. So one of the things that goes along with resilience is this really good discernment about what the positive and negatives are in the situation, and not projecting negativity into a neutral situation. So like having that attunement to be able to separate out what's truly neutral or what's truly positive.
It sounds like expectation. Is that similar?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. So, right, less resilient people kind of have a negative filter that they're seeing things through. But one of the things I want to emphasize is that, we do some studies where we compare people who are score higher on resilience to those who score lower. We find that resilience is a resource that positive emotions serve to build. So that, if you think you're not particularly resilient now, you actually can become more resilient next season by the diet of positive emotions that you experience today. Because there's definitely this upward spiral dynamic between positive emotions and resilience. The more resilient you are, the better able you are to find positive emotions or cultivate them. And then the more that you cultivate them, the more you build your resilience, so that it builds from there. One of the nice, I think, kind of closing images about resilience, like I like to keep in mind, is that it's like holding the negative and the positive side by side. Resilience is not about sweeping away the negative. It's just kind of meeting the negative with some positive. Thanks. Again, this is no spectator sport. Each of us faces adversity or the tug of a downward spiral every so often, and I'd like to invite you to begin to experiment with ways to inject more positive emotions into such difficult moments. This week, your experiential assignment is to put to good use the positivity portfolio that you created last week. I want this portfolio to become a resource to you, one that makes a difference in tough times. When given the same assignment, one of my former students here at UNC deployed her portfolio when she felt frustrated and angry because her best friend, who lived in a different city, had been ignoring her. She admitted that she was tempted to just let the friendship die, like she'd done with others in the past. Yet, having learned about positive psychology, she took out her positivity portfolio, and when she engaged with it, her anger faded. She felt better and more open. So instead of turning away from her friend, she turned toward her. She wrote her an honest, compassionate letter and sent her a small gift. And then her friend called her in tears, happy tears, and they had the best bonding moment ever. And they've remained close friends for years since then. So I want you to keep on the lookout for ways that you might be able to rev up a well-timed positive emotion to help you find greater openness and to avert a downward spiral. It's my delight to introduce you today to Dr. Deborah Stroman, who is Faculty Director of the Sports Entrepreneurship Program here at the University of North Carolina, and also Chairperson of the Carolina Black Faculty and Staff Caucus. Now, you've been hearing this week about how positivity broadens minds and fuels resilience, and you'll have the chance to put those ideas into action with some of the experiential homework if you'd like. And Debbie's had some great track record of using positivity in these ways as well in her many roles. Now, you've shared with me, Debbie, that you think that positivity is absolutely essential for entrepreneurship. Why is that?
Well, there's no doubt that entrepreneurship is a series of challenges and battles. And so you have to be ready to confront those challenges, those hurdles. And in particular with entrepreneurship, the idea is to fail fast. As in, you want to get your product or service out to the market, to find out the demand, to find out how it's valued. And because of that, you're going to receive a lot of no's, a lot of questions, and so you have to be resilient. You have to stay grateful that you're actually in the process. I feel that there are basically three tenets to entrepreneurship. I follow the model of Timmons, the Timmons model, which talks about opportunity in the sense that there are no new ideas. Most ideas have been thought of for entrepreneurs. So you have to turn that idea into an opportunity. And that means it's something that the market wants. The next is your team. Entrepreneurs do not operate by themselves. They have to have a team. And certainly, you know, when you're working with people, you have to have an optimistic spirit because just of human frailty, I'll say. And then lastly, you have to have the resources. You have to be able to not only have the money to basically fund your product or service, but you have to have that fund to sustain and to drive revenues and profits. Otherwise, a business is just a hobby. And so you need that strong sense of positivity, the sense of that the next day is going to be better than the one you had before, and that you have to be, have the will, the value in the sense of believing in hope that what you're doing is right for you and if it matches your passion.
That's great. What if you are coaching a budding entrepreneur who is just all business and no levity and warmth? How do you work with that?
Well, I believe that some of those business terms like efficiency and maximizing revenues, those are fine and dandy, but the most important thing to know is that business is about people. It's about making sure that you're able to establish and maintain relationships. And so people have hopes, people have dreams, people have to be productive. People have to have a sense of being appreciated. And so if you don't necessarily have the skill set or the mindset, I should say, to encourage, to inspire, then your business venture, it's really not going to go very far. I believe that the best businesses have a foundation of being positive in the sense that everyone can work together. And so coaching begins and ends with relationship building and working through people in a very positive way.
Okay, thanks. So how do you use positivity in your role as chairperson of the Black Faculty and Staff Caucus?
Well, I'm a realist. There's no doubt in America, in the world, there's a lot of injustice and there's a lot of inequities. And so my role is to inspire and to motivate and listen to the many, many stories. But I have to listen to them in context. And then as a leader, I have to listen to them in the sense of where is the solution. I've always been taught that you never go to your boss or your supervisor or manager with problems. you can present problems, but you also come with solutions. And so when I hear about any type of injustice or lack of concern, then I'm immediately trying to shift it to, okay, what can we get out of this situation? How can we turn this into something where there's a solution, that there's a win-win? My nature as someone being positive is I don't believe in the win-lose model. I believe somewhere, if you ask the question why, if you continue to probe, that you will indeed find that solution where it's a win-win for everyone.
So positive emotions help people bounce back from difficult situations. How have you used positivity to bounce back and stay the course?
Well, there's no doubt, just being alive, you have to have that resilience. And so I'm mindful of maybe 3 different ways in which I personally have been able to bounce back. I think I'm not alone in the sense that there's situations where a boss or employer doesn't value your work, and that you believe in what you've done, you've worked hard, you've worked smart, but yet still you're not rewarded in the way that you thought. And so do you become bitter? Do you just hold on to it? Do you lash out? Are you not able to interact with your friends and families? So that's another example, that's an example of where you have to bounce back and be positive. Secondly, grief, losing a loved one. Having lost my mother in 2001, I think that was the hardest thing I've ever gone through in my life. She was my best friend. And so I believe that you use positivity to leave a legacy, as in what would your mother or a father or grandparent or whoever that close person might be to you, how can you use that to drive you to be a model for their best practices and what they did, what they imparted to you. So there's no doubt at your deepest, darkest moments, a lot of negativity, losing that person, you have to be strong and you have to be hopeful. And then lastly, I'm an athlete. And so I played sport in college, came out of the womb as an athlete. And so that is one domain, that is one space where you have to be positive, because there's always someone better than you. There's always someone with a better skill set. And if you are defeated, as in not just that moment, but in the event, then you cannot succeed as an athlete.
What's next for you, Debbie? What are some other ways you think that we might be able to leverage the science of positive psychology in either business or in fighting social justice?
Well, I'm a strong believer in faith, and I think positivity can go with your faith walk. And whether that's the understanding the responsibility that you have to the universe, to your creator, your God, that they can work in alignment. When I was younger, I oftentimes hesitated bringing my faith to work. But certainly if you can mask it or be transparent and say, this is my positive spirit working for me, I think that's a good thing. And I think when you have that inspired spirituality, that notion to be kind, to want to do good at all times, then I think that can just multiply in many ways. The other thing that I'll reference is when you work at a university and when you have a professor position, you have to be student focused. And so each and every day you have anywhere from 17 to 25-year-olds coming into your office or working with you in the classroom. And sometimes things that we look back on and kind of giggle and laugh and say, oh, remember those times? But for them, it's major. I mean, that is their life at that moment. And you have to be positive, you have to smile, you have to be able to give a hug from time to time, but you have to be strong for them. And so I'll just go back to the classroom and then certainly my faith in terms of things that I want to move forward.
Thank you, Debbie. Really inspiring. I really appreciate you taking this interview. Thanks a lot. See you next week. Welcome back. This week we'll discuss how best to pursue happiness, whereas the pursuit of happiness is right up there with life and liberty as one of the foundational human rights protected by the U.S. Constitution. For some people, knowing how to pursue happiness effectively remains a lifelong mystery. Now, I've come to believe that a little knowledge of positive psychology can be a dangerous thing. People can in fact bungle or mismanage their pursuit of happiness in multiple ways, either by trying to banish all negativity or force positivity, or by indulging too much in mere physical pleasures without enough emphasis on meaningful pursuits or on making contributions to others and the greater good. So finding sustainable ways to be happy can be a real challenge. Let's get started. Okay, this week is all about the delicate art of pursuing happiness. It's not as easy as it may seem. So one of the first things I'd like to give you all the experience of is just taking a sample of what your last 24 hours were like. So I want you to log on to do this short test of all the emotions you've experienced in the last 24 hours. And I invite you to consider your real day, not an idealized version of your day. Because it's like any self-diagnostic test, the more honest you are with yourself as you create it, the better. So let's take a moment to take this positivity self-test. So what was it like to take this test? Any surprises? For me, I know my positivity ratio was much lower than I thought it would be. 1.5. If I was really honest about my day, there was a moment where I was running where I thought someone was running at me. I thought, that's a little weird. Got uncertain news from a letter from my doctor that said, you're high risk. I'm thinking, what? I'm not high risk. You know, just things like that. So there's ups and downs in a day. I think for me, I'm always surprised at how easy it is for the ratio to be much lower than I expect it will be. I don't know if anyone else had a similar experience.
Yeah, I think I noticed the range of all the different emotions I felt. I kind of, as I was thinking about it, it's like, wow, I actually did feel a lot of these different emotions where sometimes it's easy to just think, oh yeah, felt pretty good sometimes, and I felt a little bad sometimes, but when I kind of really thought about what were these specific emotions and which ones I did feel and which ones I didn't feel was kind of enlightening, seeing the diversity of the whole range of emotions that I felt within 24 hours.
Right. Any other reactions?
I was just thinking about the power of grief. So I lost a loved one, but also yesterday I had one of the best days. I got some good news about some funding for research. So it's amazing how that it can be one event or one thing, but it can just skew everything.
Yeah. You know, we talked about the asymmetries between positive and negative, that there's a negativity bias and a positivity offset, or most moments are somewhat positive. Those asymmetries are built into this test, whereas a little bit of negative emotion ends up counting as part of your negativity score here, whereas that same little bit of positive emotion, to honor the asymmetry between them, doesn't end up contributing to a tally. The way I think of that is that if you're in a relationship either with your best friend or your life partner, and you feel a little bit of gratitude towards them, that's kind of like nothing, you know? Whereas if you feel a little bit of disgust towards them, whoa, that's powerful. So that the dosages are different, and so that dosage needs to be reflected in this short measure as well. And that's sort of one of the reasons why it's kind of humbling to take this and realize, oh, the ratio is my positivity ratio is not particularly high. So I wanted to share with you guys all descriptively what we found to be the case with positivity ratios. And that is that, you know, for people who are really not doing well, maybe they're depressed or have an anxiety disorder or something that is really, you know, a mental health concern, their positivity ratios are typically less than 1 to 1, okay? And then there's sort of ordinary living, you know, just sort of getting by, not really not really having trouble in life, but also not really flourishing or being at one's best. And that's sort of in this, north of 1 to 1, about 2 to 1. That's might be called sort of languishing. What we find is that people who are flourishing in life, doing really well, resilient to hard times, branching out, learning new things, really generative, they tend to be above 3 to 1, 4 to 1, 5 to 1, sort of in that kind of sweet spot zone. And one thing that's really important to recognize is that, again, taking this positivity ratio for just one day, this snapshot, that's not diagnostic. That's just one day, and it's one day while you're, thinking about learning about positive psychology. So who knows if it's representative? So what I usually recommend is that people take this measure every evening for, say, a week or two, and then look at the average across those and kind of makes an assessment of where you think you're at based on that. But that's descriptively, we found that optimal mental health and compromised mental health show up in these ratios, and that actually the demographics, at least in the United States, are that about 10 to 20% of U.S. adults might be depressed at any given time or recently, and then about the same amount might be flourishing or doing really well. And so that 10 to 20% on each tail, that leaves like 60% in the middle. And that's typically in this 2 to 1, not quite up there with the people who are doing really well, flourishing ratios. So that's just something that we've learned descriptively about these positivity ratios so far. Another thing that we've learned is that, there are certain positivity ratios that seem to just simply not be high enough for people to show those broaden and build benefits that we've been talking about. And descriptively in my research lab, we've found that when people have positivity ratios that are over 3 to 1, that they show this more broadening in their perspectives, better ability to take another person's perspective or see themselves as sort of part of a we as opposed to just as me versus you. So there's these elements of this broadened mindset that seem to be much more descriptive of people's day-to-day experiences when their ratios are higher than 3 to 1, and are just less evident when people's ratios are they don't have to be down below 1 to 1 to show an absence of this more characterological broadened mindset. But again, seems to be a benefit that goes along with surpassing the 3 to 1, 4 to 1, kind of 5 to 1 zone, in that there's more of this broadened mindset. We see the same thing in terms of people's likelihood of building resources, showing changes in growth and resilience. We see more of that when people are showing these ratios over the course of a month. We measured people's emotions day in and day out for a month and then calculated their ratios. And those who have the higher ratios, above 3 to 1, show the growth and resilience. It's sort of like there's this now you see it, now you don't effect going on for the effects of positive emotions. And it's kind of vexing because you can describe to people, here are the benefits of positive emotions, but if their daily experience is not characterized by very many positive emotions, then what you're describing isn't recognizable. It's kind of like positive emotions have these effects, but it's kind of like we need, because of the negativity bias, we need to have them band together, like kind of a safety in numbers. The positive emotions need to coalesce as a group in order to really have their power. They don't seem to have the broadening and build benefits so much if they're experienced in isolation or too swamped by the negativity.
Does the intensity of the emotion matter?
Actually what we find in my lab and in other labs, the intensity doesn't matter. What matters is the frequency. Okay. So it's just mild positive experiences experienced frequently is what matters. So we don't have to be looking for like the, yoo-hoo, I just won the lottery. It can just be like, this moment of relaxation or this connection or something. So that's what we call sort of the now you see it, now you don't effects of positivity. There's also some interesting effects that occur with too much positivity. And some researchers have looked at the connection between creativity and positivity, and they find that if people are exclusively positive, they're not particularly creative. It's kind of like you need the irritation of a problem in there too to inspire the inventiveness of creativity. So,
I want to add that teaching entrepreneurship, that's one of the most important principles that we teach. We ask students to find their pain point, what bothers you. People will respond to something that helps them improve their situation or their lot. So it starts in that place of where is the void, where is the rub.
Right.
So that makes sense.
Right. And so this, the interesting thing is that this creativity, resilience, flourishing requires both negativity and positivity. So, you can really overdo it and have, think, I should only feel good. I need to banish the bad. So the interesting thing about the ratio concept is that, it's not like we need to be 3, 4, 5 to 0. It's 3, 4, 5 to 1, and that 1 allows you to be human, to kind of have the regular, negative reactions to day-to-day life. And also, it's not like people are going to be, in a constant state of every day is meeting this mark of this optimal ratio or so. It's more like, you think of it as your diet over the course of a month or a season. You don't have to make it all work within this hour or this day, but this season, this life, we should, there's more possibilities there. There's also some interesting lessons to learn from bipolar disorder, and people do have excessive positivity, but it's interesting. Not all positive emotions get out of whack with bipolar disorder. It's particular ones that are self-focused, contextually inappropriate. So emotions really are about reactions to circumstances, and so sometimes people's positive emotions get kind of unglued from the situation and just kind of pasted into every situation. So that's contextually inappropriate. But the self-focused positive emotions like I want more of that, sort of a greed or pride or self-aggrandizement, those kind of things are what seem to get out of control in bipolar disorder. Doesn't seem to be an excess of gratitude or connection or love. So it's really particular kinds of positive emotions, kind of a little bit maybe the acquisition and I did a good thing kind of things that come into play. So one of the metaphors that I think is really useful here is like a sailboat metaphor, is that in flourishing in life you need both the positive and the negative, and you can take on a sailboat the mast going up as the positivity and the keel below the waterline as the negativity, and if you sail, that even though it's the wind in the sails that fuels the boat, you can't sail without the keel. You just wouldn't have any control over the boat. You'd eventually probably flip over or turtle the boat or do something. It's the kind of the honest recognition of the negativity in the situation that keeps us grounded in reality in a way. And so having that balance and that dynamic between positivity and negativity is part of that delicate art of pursuing happiness and flourishing. So. Okay, I'd like you to just reflect for a moment. Have you ever known somebody to overdo positivity? Like, how can you tell? What does it look like? What does it make you feel?
I feel like I usually try to tell if someone's being genuine in their positivity. And I think that's when I can tell is that when someone's trying to overdo it is you can't really fake that expression of happiness, you know? It's when it comes from an authentic place, you can just sense it right away. But if it seems a little forced and overdone, you start to wonder, you know, is that real and why are you faking it? And you start to wonder, is there some other motive that this person is expressing, you know, positivity towards me? But I feel like it's one of those things you just kind of know.
Just kind
if
of a
it's
gut
genuine.
sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
We have counselors that in schools and training, when they're always happy, the kids are just not attracted to them. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They seem just unrealistic. And
Right.
again, I think your point about being genuine is really hits home in terms of having appropriate positive
Yeah,
outlook.
yeah, all emotion. I mean, I like to say, you know, no emotion was built to last forever. Not even the ones that feel good. You know, emotions come and go. And so if people wear them as if they're a uniform or a veneer, then, you know, it's off-putting. So this is one of the places where I feel like, you know, a little knowledge about positive psychology is a dangerous thing because people will take that positive psychology, like, oh, I got to be happy, and be like, I'm going to be happy. Yeah, so, and I actually think that one of the challenges in working in this area is trying to figure out where is that authenticity, where is it wishful thinking positive emotion, or what I sometimes call eyes closed positivity versus eyes opened positivity. You know, this eyes closed positivity is like, you know, I'm going to feel happy no matter what. And you know, I think one of the telltale markers is that it really stays above the neck. You know, it's really, you know, just what you see on the face, you know, because the face is one of the easiest things for us to control. It's just, you know, kind of sits in people's minds as a verbal mantra. I'm happy, I'm happy, I'm happy. You know, but it's not, the eyes open positivity is really an embodied experience. It's not just sitting up here, it's, you know, it's dripping down and influencing the body as well. And as it does, you know, it makes you more relaxed, and it makes you be more at ease, and that's what puts other people at ease. And so there's a way in which, you know, one of the difficulties was as people learn more and more about the benefits of positive emotions, people are like, I want that benefit, you know, and then they there's ways to bring it on skillfully and less skillfully, and so that's, you know, part of the lesson of part of this series is trying to figure out, you know, when is it more authentic, when is it, you know, maybe a bad strategy, and I like to say that, you know, when you learn about positive psychology, it's not helpful to make your mantra be positive. I'm going to be positive no matter what. You know, one thing that I think is more useful is to make your mantra be open. You know, because there's all kinds of goodness in our daily experience. We just have to be open to it. We don't have to force anything. So it's a matter of, you know, kind of having that open readiness to kind of capitalize on the good things that we discover. So. And yet there's another proverb, ancient Sufi proverb that I think is really important to touch base with too, is that there wouldn't be such a thing as counterfeit gold if there were no real gold somewhere. You know, so we can kind of see by all the kind of forced positivity in our midst that, well, the real positivity must be good because people are trying to fake it this much. So, you know, there's a connection between those two, but you know, we don't want to be fooled by the counterfeit gold. As one example of kind of the downside of people taking the news of positive psychology a little too firmly in their grasp is there's ways in which people can value happiness to the extreme, and there's some measures of this that I think if you read the items you'll get a sense for what this means. There's a scale that's used in research that asks people things like, how happy I am at any given moment says a lot about how worthwhile my life is. Or if I don't feel happy, maybe there's something wrong with me. Or I would like to feel happier than I generally am. I am concerned about my happiness even when I feel happy. So you can see that these are, kind of taking it a little bit too seriously. And then if we go back to that model of emotion that I shared with you earlier, there's a way in which, these sort of values, valuing happiness to an extreme is in a way, people are trying to change the way they feel. It's like they're taking their way of getting to happiness and being like, okay, I'm going to feel happy right now, and just trying to kind of strong arm themselves into that. What we found is in our research lab, and this especially comes out of one of my former doctoral students, Lana Catalino's work, is that if people want to be happy, but they put their eyes over at this end on their circumstances and prioritize parts of their day where they might have the chance to experience positive emotions, that's a much more effective way to bring more positive emotions into daily life. Rather than try to strong arm the feeling, you focus instead on prioritizing circumstances that you know from your past experience are going to be ones that lead people to experience more positive emotions. I want to just share with you some items from our scale that measures this so you can get a feel for the differences. A priority for me is experience happiness in everyday life. I look for and nurture my positive emotions. What I decide to do with my time outside of work is influenced by how much I might experience positive emotions. And so on. And I admire people who make their decisions based on the happiness that they will gain. So, kind of has a whole different feeling about of it compared to the other scale. And it kind of reminds me of, there's this Dolly Parton quote, we can cite our famous country singers. Don't get so busy making a living that you forget to make a life. So it's about, kind of getting our eyes, setting our priorities, not just on the many things on our to-do list that are often about achievement and, meeting obligations, that some of the things on our to-do list should be about enjoyment, and that people who do have to-do lists that have enjoyment on them fare better. So just take a moment to think about one or two ways that, in your daily routine you already prioritize positivity or could prioritize positivity as part of your daily routine. Any examples?
Well, I start my morning with affirmations. It starts as I go into the shower, and sometimes I'm stuck in the shower because I'm going over them. It's like 30 or 40 of them that I say I memorize.
Wow.
Yeah, so that takes me, to another state. But affirmations are very important to me.
Yeah, that's a great ritual in terms of, again, prioritizing it as a key part of your everyday routine. So one of the things that we've learned is that we've given these scales to large samples of people, this valuing happiness to an extreme and prioritizing positivity. And what we find is that people who score high on prioritizing positivity, no surprise, they have more positive emotions in their day. They also have higher life satisfaction, reduced depressive symptoms. They have more resources. They're more resilient. They also happen to be people who are better able to express appreciation and build better relationships. And when we give them behavioral tasks in the lab, we find that they're willing to put in more effort to experience something good. Like they'll work to, we'll work for positive feelings. And when they have something good in front of them as part of, so that they can choose to do. They choose to linger with it longer. So behaviorally, they're more likely to savor. And if we ask them what's on deck for Sunday, they name more pleasant things that are on deck for Sunday. Whereas by contrast, people who value happiness to an extreme, it actually chases happiness away. I mean, people report fewer positive emotions in daily life. When we check in with them on a daily basis, they're actually, ironically, feeling fewer positive emotions. They have lower life satisfaction and are more likely to have depressive symptoms. So again, how people approach trying to get more happiness into their day is a delicate art. Another thing that they show is more loneliness. Other people's work has shown that people who are valuing happiness to an extreme don't have the same kind of connections as others. And one of the reasons I raise this is that I don't think this is a personality trait. I think this is like an attitude that you can develop just as you learn more about the science of positive psychology. It's like, oh, wow, if positive emotions do all this, I'm going to make that a priority. So it's not something that's like changing your personality. It's just changing what's on your to-do list or what's on your list for the weekend, or those kinds of things. So it's actually what has inspired me to write books for a general audience, because this is something that I think can change really readily for people, is the degree to which people choose to prioritize positivity in daily life.
I say also it just feels good.
Yeah, I know.
Things that feel good.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
We can get so caught up in thinking, oh, what do I got to do? What do I got to achieve? What do I have to do so nobody gets upset with me? When really we're alive. We should enjoy it. And then actually, people would want to spend more time with us if we're bringing positivity in their day and kind of creating opportunities for other people to feel good too.
It sounds like appropriate expectations of what that'll bring too. That if you have this huge expectation, but if you just notice the small moments that maybe if you have too high of expectations, you might not be able to create what you want.
Right.
And some of those folks that are really just trying to make it happen.
Right. Well, and also in prioritizing a part of your day, like I'm going to go out for a run or do something else with a friend. You make your choices in setting up the situation, but you're not kind of forcing yourself to feel a particular way when that experience is unfolding. Then you just go in and experience it in a more natural and easy way, but you've kind of, you've set the parameters by putting yourself in this situation that is going to potentially lead to some good.
I'm reminded of that quote, "Youth is wasted on the young," because they're open. When you think about, the elementary or middle school, they're open to all of this. And as we get older, sometimes the parameters, whether it's from work, the boundaries from personal relationships, and we close up versus being open to everything.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
And being playful.
Right.
Yeah.
So just having that kind of, bringing that youthful attitude into our daily lives now.
Yeah, I find it's a big thing, encouraging people to just bring more play into their lives, because we've all kind of learned that it's not appropriate to be silly, or we don't want to be able to be judged by people. And so just to intentionally bring in a more playful attitude and realize that we don't have to wait to get everything done before we bring in the pleasure or the positivity, that it actually makes everything else that much more rich.
Right, right. One mistake people make is like, oh, I'll enjoy myself on vacation or on the weekend, instead of as part of this life today. Yeah, great example. Thanks, guys. The concept of the positivity ratio can be quite practical. Your experiential assignment for this week is to take what I call the Positivity Ratio Challenge. Just live your life as usual and take the online positivity self-test each evening for several days to see where you stand. I created the website to go along with my first book, Positivity, to help you do just that. Then, once you've come to appreciate where you stand, come up with new ways to raise your ratio, either by reducing negativity, increasing positivity, or both. Plus, keep taking the positivity self-test as you begin to enact these changes in your daily life so that you can gauge their effectiveness. Over time, does your ratio improve? Does your outlook improve? Does your resourcefulness and resilience improve? My challenge to you is to take the ideas of this course and begin experimenting with them in your own life. that's when positive psychology will truly come alive for you. I'm delighted to be able to introduce you to Darren Copen today. He comes to us from Sydney, Australia, although you'll recognize the accent as British. He is CEO of Esher House, which takes the best of behavioral science and positive psychology and applies it to meet government policy objectives. And this week you've been learning about the positivity ratio, and you'll have the chance with your homework assignment to dive in and experience the positivity ratio challenge. Well, Darren has taken the positivity ratio and put it to work, literally, and helped people who are long-term unemployed gain employment. So part of what you do is teach resilience workshops. Can you tell me a bit about who you're teaching those resilience workshops to?
Certainly. I'm delighted to be here.
Yeah.
As you identified, the target group that we work with are the unemployed. And there are various subcategories: youth unemployed, disabled unemployed, long-term unemployed, and general unemployed. And we engage them with resilience workshops, as you've said, 5 different resilience workshops. But they're a very different group to what you might expect in terms of their fear of failure, fear of embarrassment. They feel awkward. They can just get up and walk out of the workshops if they want to. They're a group that we've uncovered possess all of the traits of learned helplessness, very high levels of anxiety, stress and depression. All of the studies and research show this. But they're also, that describes them as a group, almost as a different culture. But they're really just people. They're you and me with a slightly different set of circumstances in our lives where we could have ended up down that path. Yeah. So we have to be pragmatic in how we work with them. So they're a fascinating group to work with, where relatively little behavioural science or psychology has been implemented. And that's really what we're working with. We're trying to change people's behaviours and habits and traits, and try and encourage them to be proactive. But the last thing in the world they need are lectures, people trying to be motivational and falsely evangelically make them move forward. It's got to come from themselves, which has been an interesting 15 years of working out how to use this.
So with that, you know, kind of need to introduce things in a delicate or practical manner, how do you introduce the positivity ratio?
Yes, I mean, one does have to be delicate. And remember, the individuals are protecting themselves, again, from embarrassment, not wanting in front of their peers to be seen to be over-enthusiastic. So it's difficult, but we've found the best way is to just be open and honest and clear and not patronise our clients. So we simply explain that, look, humans, we're here, we've survived as a species due to pessimism. Due to being wary of danger and moving away from it. But stress can lead to excessive narrow-mindedness. I think that term was first written down in the 1620s by Ben Jonson. It was used for centuries before then. And it actually turned out to be a genuine way the brain works. So the neurons fire in a narrow-minded way, and you cannot find solutions to problems. Or it's much more difficult when you're under stress. Now, studies have shown that the levels of anxiety, stress and depression amongst the unemployed are similar to the levels of soldiers returning from duty, perhaps in Afghanistan. But the beauty is there's a huge amount of science in how to address this. So we introduced positivity by explaining the narrow-mindedness issues, and also the issues they have at home with their families. Those sorts of environments of stress, anxiety and depression just create an environment where you're argumentative, you're defensive, you're quicker to take the mickey out of somebody rather than support them if they're trying to get out of particular circumstances. And like most things in terms of positive psychology and actually being proactive can become a habit, also that negativity becomes a habit in the households and the environments of the unemployed. So we explain all of that. And we're totally open and honest, and we explain the original research from where some of the theory and the ratio comes from, and then we encourage them to give it a try, have a go of the ratio survey.
So they're taking the positivity self-test, the ratio survey,
Yes.
the same one that I'm asking students to do for their homework assignment. Give them the experience of it. So what's the reaction to it?
Hesitation and curiosity. But people seem to not be able to resist a self-test and a self-analysis. So they're a bit skeptical because that's their fallback position. Cynicism and skepticism. They give it a go and immediately they're drawn in. And humans love to score, and that's why Cosmopolitan's great. Not that I read it all the time, but there are often multiple choice questions in there and surveys, and you can't wait to see what you score. Of course, after they've undertaken the survey, we say, well, you don't have to share your scores. But we're looking for a particular ratio that seems to be better. You want to be more positive than negative, which is an effort a lot of the time. Does anyone want to share their scores? Genuinely or generally, only the people that have done really well, got a high ratio, perhaps 8-1, want to share their score, which can be dangerous when we're dealing with people who are uncomfortable or lacking in confidence sometimes. So we explain to them, and some of your studies and research from the results of this survey, that perhaps 80% of adults score below 3-1 is actually an invigorating and a very positive statement. You're in the vast majority if you're scoring below this. But then all people want to know about is, well, how do I improve this? And that's absolutely key. For the first time, they're trying to take steps to improving the situation, but it's almost irresistible, it's relatively easy, and it's intuitive. It's not at all awkward. So the people that scored highly are massively engaged because they're very proud of themselves. The people that didn't score so highly are massively engaged because they want to improve their score.
Yeah, that's great. So Darren, the results of your workshops have been described as profound and unprecedented by major government officials. So what are the outcomes that have drawn that high praise?
Yes, measuring outcomes is absolutely key, but in my position, the pressure comes from two different environments. First of all, academically, my academic supervisors want me to measure outcomes in terms of improved well-being, improved resilience, improved positivity. But of course, government funders of these programs, they're not particularly concerned with those outcomes. They want to know how many more people are getting jobs and how many more people are staying in jobs for whom those jobs are sustainable. Because up to 70% of people drop out of work in the first 3 months, having been long-term unemployed previously. So what's prompted the unprecedented, the profound responses are really, we've doubled what's considered a world-leading uplift in outcomes in people getting a job. And in terms of specific percentages that I'm commercially able to share, 105% more people are staying in that job for at least 3 months. So we're doubling the number of people staying in work. That has a profound impact, not only on those people's lives and the lives of their families, but also on government budgets as well.
That's great. So what's next for you? How else are you going to use positive psychology, behavioral science to meet government policy objectives and help create a better society? I mean, what do you see as the future of this?
Well, that's absolutely key, and that's really my personal motivation is to maintain positive psychology and integrate that with other behavioural science, support other behavioural science, and bring that to the centre of government decision making and policy formulation. The beauty of positive psychology is that it's academically evidenced, it's scientifically based, it's not here today, gone tomorrow movement. It's absolutely based on science. And there are disagreements and there are arguments, and that's all part of good, pure science. But government shouldn't be formulating policy on bluff, bluster, and can I keep my job as a minister for 2 years? Government policy should be based upon science, wisdom and knowledge, and hopefully this movement and the sort of results we're achieving can bring that into the centre of government decision making. And we're talking, the numbers we're dealing with, they're not hundreds, they're not thousands, they're tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of people who are going through these programs now. So it's very substantial. But of course we cannot just rely on this is improved well-being for people.
Right.
That's all well and good, but it's not necessarily sustainable for a government minister or a policy formulator. They need to know immediately and very quickly, within 6 to 12 months, not a 4 to 5 year outcome, is this saving my department money? Is it sustainable fiscally? And positive psychology doesn't always make that argument as well as it could do. But applying it, we're proving the numbers, the return on investment. And that's really where the future is to bring this and pragmatically talk the language of policy formulators and ministers and talking their language so that they start really bringing this to the core of what they're doing and improving lives on a much greater scale.
Right. So I really like how you emphasize this, not just about improving lives, it's about improving society. So a lot of people come to positive psychology thinking that it's, oh, this is about making my own life better. But as we learn the tools of positive psychology, we're really learning how to make society better, or to apply those tools to make a better world, to make a contribution. So thank you very much for being with me today, Darren, and I hope that this conversation will inspire you to take the Positivity Ratio Challenge as part of the homework for this week. Thank you. Welcome back. This week I introduce a new word that I've coined, positivity resonance. I use it to describe the micro moments of connection that you can experience in the company of others when a positive emotional experience unfolds between and among you at the same time. Here, and more extensively in my second book, Love 2.0, I make the case that positivity resonance is the core and essence of love. A quote from American author Ursula Le Guin fits well here. Love, she says, doesn't just sit there like a stone. It has to be made, like bread, remade all the time, made new. Let's get started with week 4. So welcome back. I want to hit you guys with a big question to start off with. What is love? What is love to you? Or, you know, if that's too large a philosophical question for this time of day, maybe what does Hollywood or the dominant cultural script say about love?
Maybe that you find this one person to complete you, and then all of your troubles go away and you live happily ever after.
Yeah, so there's a lot of focus on love being exclusive. You know,
Yeah.
that it's you know, finding that soulmate.
And that without it, you're incomplete
Yeah,
in some way.
right. So it's like this, you know, big achievement of life.
Yeah.
Yeah. Any other takes?
It's a transaction,
Yeah.
you know. Two people coming together, it lasts or it doesn't last.
Yeah.
You move on to the next person.
Yeah. That it's kind of a commitment to someone, and that it's unconditional, that you kind of, I love this person and nothing can change that, whether that's, you know, a mother and a child, or a, you know, one person and their romantic partner. It's kind of this bond almost.
Yeah. And I think that's certainly very true of love, that it's part of our most important bonds. But in some ways, I think that view can eclipse our ability to see love in smaller chunks, if you will, just smaller pieces. And I think what you're saying about transaction kind of brings it a little bit more to the scale of emotions, whereas more commonly we think of love as a status. You know? And what I've been finding is that, you know, it's kind of hard to talk about love from a scientific perspective because people have so many pre-existing views about what love is, you know, kind of hard-won personal experiences that, or things they've just absorbed from the culture. And, you know, scientists tend to stick with jargon terms. And one of the reasons I've chosen not to with this, to really use a more common language word like love, is because we take love to be really important. We put it up on a pedestal. We see it as a super important part of life. And I think that there's one positive emotion that, more than the others, really deserves to be up on that pedestal in terms of having that reverence that we have. And I think if we just use a dry jargon phrase for it, you know, we wouldn't invest that much importance in it. So this is why one of my aims in using thinking that we might need an upgrade of our view of love, or Love 2.0, is that, you know, our existing views of love serve us reasonably well, but maybe we could be served better by thinking of love with a new approach. And the approach that we've been developing in the last several weeks to look at positive emotions as these tiny engines that broaden our awareness and build our resources can give us a new perspective on what love is. I think at its core, love is an emotion. I mean, it's a bond, too. And one of the things that's confusing about love is we use the word love for all these different things. You know, we use it for the bond, we use it for the soulmate, you know, situation, or romance, or we use it for, you know, oh, I'd love to see you this afternoon, you know, just in a casual way, too. So I think of that as this larger, you know, all these concepts kind of interrelate with one another. And it can seem kind of confusing, like, well, what's the real core of it? And from a scientific perspective, I've come to think that these, the tiny emotional experiences of connection. Earlier I've said that I thought love was an all of the above emotion, that it's, you know, joy felt with others, gratitude felt with others. So if we think of love as the positive emotion that we co-experience, I think that can help us see what drives and keeps our bond strong, or what keeps us, you know, feeling like we're part of a community. So one of the things that I think is helpful is just to acknowledge that, you know, people have all kinds of views of love. And so when I'm going to be talking about love from a scientific perspective, I think it's really important to say what I'm not saying, what love isn't from this view. Okay, so some people equate love with sexual desire. I'm not saying it's that. So it can be related, but it's not one and the same. It's not necessarily romance or commitment, or even a bond. Now it's related to bonds, and I'll explain how. But I'm not saying it's one and the same with that. And also, kind of, you know, challenging for some is that I don't think love is exclusive. I don't think it's lasting, and I don't think it's unconditional. I think you had said unconditional. And I'll explain why I think it's not those things. But I think, you know, we have these kind of romanticized myths about what love is that kind of put it in that span. So, and in the science of love, there's an aspect of psychology, relationship science, that kind of owns the topic of love in studying love relationships. And there's a couple of views from that part of science that I think is useful. So in a way, what I'm doing here is providing a mashup of relationship science and emotion science, and seeing what together they can illuminate about what love is. Relationship science tends to take love as a status. You know, you think about all the different people that you have love relationships with. It's, you know, your romantic partner, your parents, your children, your best friend. And from this view, researchers have tried to figure out what's the core that goes across all those very different kinds of love relationships. And drilling down to that and then asking people to describe, you know, the different kinds of love relationships, what emerges from the data is that investing in the well-being of somebody else just for their own sake is kind of a core element of love. And when that's not present, then people would question, well, that's not love. So it's like, you know, just an example. You don't love someone because they make you breakfast in the morning. You know, that's not because, you know, there's something in it for you, but it's that investment in the other. People, if you ask people to imagine a relationship with that subtracted out, then that kind of calls into question, well, that's not love. Another take from relationship science is kind of the flip side of that caring or investment in the well-being of the other, and that is feeling that somebody is invested in you, or feeling that someone understands you, or I think of that as like, you know, feeling like you get me. You know, like there's that sense of someone understands what matters to you, how you work, and they use that privileged knowledge for your benefit, not, you know, so it's kind of like feeling seen in some ways. What I think is missing from relationship science is that those two takes are kind of taken as an achievement. Like, you know, once a relationship is in that stage, you feel those things kind of permanently. It's kind of like a status change. And what an emotions perspective invites is to be thinking about it in phases. Emotions arise like a wave, and then they dissipate. And so if we're really honest with ourselves, you know, we're not chronically invested in the well-being of the people in our lives that we love. You know, we might have a bond with people, but like for instance, right now, I say I love my husband, but right now I'm in the midst of talking to you guys about love, so I'm not actively showing investment in him at this moment. That, you know, it's something that rises and dissipates. So what emotion science adds is this momentary lens. Another thing that it adds is that sense of emotional states are embodied. Again, relationship science kind of works with the psychology in the head and less with the full psychology of, you know, embodied emotional states. And then the last thing that an emotions science lens can add is this broaden and build logic that we've spent so much time talking about, that positive emotions have a momentary effect in terms of expanding us, and the benefit of that momentary effect shows up over time. So I want to share with you, I've shared already what I think love isn't, and so I want to share what I think love is. And the definition that I'm pulling together by weaving together insights from relationship science, emotion science, what we see in the laboratory, is that love is an interpersonally situated experience marked by increases in shared positive emotion, biobehavioral synchrony, which I'll explain to you guys in a moment, and then this mutual sense of care, this mutual sense of, you know, I'm invested in you and you're invested in me, and it's in a light way, you know, it's sort of like a caring sentiment. And over time, so those are the momentary effects of positive emotions, of love and of shared positive emotions. And the more that you have experiences like that, the more you build that sense of, oh, we really clicked, we really connected, or we get a sense that our bond is stronger, or our community is stronger, our sense of commitment. So the things that we sometimes think of as love, those larger things like the bond, the commitment, the loyalty, I think those are products of these micro moments. So these micro moments are what are the kind of the engines that, or the nutrients, you know, mixing all my metaphors here, the nutrients that help build this healthier sense of connection. So when we think about, thinking about love in these ways of momentarily shared positive emotions, this is what I call positivity resonance. So it's like a co-experience of a positive emotion. There's a way in which, what I'm feeling starts to be a little bit of what you're feeling, and it kind of reverberates back and forth for a bit. I'm wondering if you guys have, examples of experiences from your own life where this view of what love is might fit.
Well, I had a really great experience just recently with my little nephew. We were going out to do something, to go to a garden, and we were putting on his shoes, and he's learning to tie his shoes right now. So my impulse was to, just get him tied so we could go outside, but he really wanted to do it himself. So we ended up spending about 10 or 15 minutes sitting there and really going through, and it was just, I found at first I wasn't that invested in it, I wasn't that into it, and consciously really leaned into the experience of being with him doing that. And he kept getting so excited, and there was this feeling of real pride and joy. And it was just really amplified as we felt that together. And he did it, and he was just so proud. And I don't know if I've ever felt so proud in my life as teaching my nephew how to tie his shoes. It was so beautiful.
Oh, that's a great example.
Yeah.
It's also a nice example of how you kind of have to slow down to make these to really fully absorb all the potential in an experience like that. Yeah, great example. Anyone else?
I have a really good one with whenever something happens with our children that's positive, I can look at my wife and we're both just staring at each other. And we're not saying anything, even we're not really a facial expression, we're just like enjoying the moment. And so, you can really feel that kind of connection by just totally looking at each other.
Yeah, yeah.
I have a question for you though. Can this definition, can you love your dog?
I think with our mammal pets, yes.
Because of that shared
Yeah.
commitment and things.
Well, and also I think that the nervous system of mammals is close. I think our fish and our reptile pets may be tougher, but the mammal pets, there's a lot of, people feel that connection with the eye contact with their pets. I know I feel this with my cats. I think of it as cross-species friendship. You have these cross-species moments of enjoying each other's company. So, and there's a simplicity to that. And so, some examples of this, I think, smiling at a baby. There's a simplicity there without all the extra baggage. It doesn't even have to be your baby. It can be the baby on the plane, So it's, and I think there's a way in which that nonverbal dance piece of it shows up clearly when you're thinking about interacting with a baby or a child or a pet. But that nonverbal dance piece is still there when you're interacting with adults. It's just that we have all these other roles and scripts that we carry with us.
I have a question. So is this definition, does it include love for a non-life form?
Yeah.
I'm thinking about love in the sense of longing for something.
Yeah.
So you want to go hike. You
Yeah.
want to go paint. You
Yeah.
want to go read.
Yeah.
You have a love for that.
Yeah, that's a very real experience you're describing. So I'm not in any way downplaying the intensity of that. But this definition is really about interpersonal connections or being connections. If you think of the pets, or mammal pets. Yeah, it's transactional. Whereas I think there are really important draws that we feel to the things that we're passionate about, whether it's hiking or painting or other things. And we tend to use the word love there too. But here I'm talking about interpersonal connections. So great question though for clarification. Any other observations you guys have? Okay, so I'll dive in with some other examples in a moment. So Brett, you were saying earlier that love is typically viewed as unconditional. And I said, well, actually, I think this is not unconditional. I know people kind of bristle with that, saying, no, my philosophy says it's unconditional. And I guess I should admit that I'm using the word unconditional in a slightly different way here, in that these micro moments of positive connection, this positivity resonance that we can feel with others, doesn't emerge no matter what, regardless of conditions. And so I think there are a couple of key preconditions that need to be in place in a situation in order for these moments to emerge. And so that's what I mean by not unconditional, is that there are key preconditions. One really poignant precondition is this sense of safety. You know, if people don't feel safe, if they feel threatened in any way, then that sort of easy openness that would allow them to connect and kind of feel or co-experience a positive emotion is not going to be there, because people will be kind of on alert or trying to be self-protective. So, you know, to the extent that you want to be able to cultivate these moments in a classroom or in a community setting or in a family, you know, the first thing to do is make sure people feel safe. You know, that's a key one. But another really key precondition is that people are connected. And by this I mean real-time sensory connection, like being face-to-face, or using our phones the way we used to, actually talking on them as opposed to using our thumbs. This is where the embodied part of positivity resonance comes into play, is that if we really want to co-experience positive emotions with another, we have to have them on the same time scale as others. Like, let me help illustrate why connections matter so much. It's because when we, you know, meet up with somebody and are feeling positive, we might smile, right? Okay, that smile is going to be in a way, an invitation, kind of pulls for a smile in the other person. And whether we try to or not, we mimic other people's facial expressions, especially their smiles. And one of the fascinating things in this research area is that, you know, the experts on the human face will say, oh, there's some 50 different kinds of smiles. You know, how is it that we know what each smile means? You know, the differences between them can be really subtle. I mean, there's one kind of smile, like if I'm just sitting here enjoying some chocolate, all in my own little world, that's one kind of smile. Another kind of smile is, hey, I'd like to have a conversation and get to know you more. Or another kind of smile could be kind of a gloating smile, like, I just won the game, you know, or something. And so the research shows that if we don't make eye contact with people, we're actually really poor at distinguishing the different meanings of smiles. But that when we make eye contact, our intuitions about what that smile meant, like, oh, that was kind of a smug smile as opposed to a friendly smile. You know, we're kind of cut off from that kind of embodied wisdom about what a smile means if we don't make eye contact. And the logic or the theory about why this is the case is that when we make eye contact, that's when we mimic. So eye contact unlocks mimicry. And we don't mimic faces that we don't make eye contact with. So we mimic faces when we make eye contact. And that mimicry is not just a surface mimicry. It's not just happening on the face. It's happening in terms of a neural mimicry as well. So that when you mimic somebody's smile, a version of that emotional state is going on in you and in the other person. And that kind of informs your gut wisdom of, you know, was that an authentic smile or not? And you had mentioned the other day about, oh, you kind of just know that when it's authentic or fake, you know. So I think that's true. We have these great kind of internal ways of reading authenticity in positivity, but it's when we're face to face. It's very hard to do that when we're not making eye contact or we're not face to face.
Does the mimicry work with voice tone and things with the phone?
Yeah, I think that this is why I say connection is not necessarily always face-to-face, but real-time sensory connection. And talking on the phone offers that real-time sensory connection because there's so much emotional information that can be conveyed by the voice. And it's, it's experienced in real time. But, things that are, texting or messaging or email, we kind of lose that, the embodied expression of emotion in those ways. So, great question. So some of this is why I said these micro moments of connection involve this synchrony, or what I'm calling biobehavioral synchrony. The behavioral part is the synchrony that you can see, that people's nonverbal gestures start to match. Someone's talking like this, you might go like that. You just kind of mirror each other in some ways, or at least get on the same rhythm or tempo. Now that's the kind of synchrony that you can see. There's the bio part of that synchrony is what we can't see, but what science is now beginning to reveal is that when two people are really connecting in this, shared positive state, they have increases in neuropeptides like oxytocin in sync with one another. They show synchronized neural firings, across whole brain patterns. So it's if a single emotion is rolling across two or more brains and bodies at once, and not just living in one person and then being echoed in another. It's kind of like, it really kind of challenges the view that emotion belongs to one person. It's really, there's a way in which it's rolling across two or more people at once. And with the other thing that I think is very much facilitated by this connection, sharing positive emotions, and this synchrony is a mutual caring orientation. And this isn't like a heavy-handed caring like caregiving or having a role, but more that when you're interacting with someone in this way, and I don't know, if a bookcase fell on their foot or something, you'd be like, ouch, oh, are you okay? It's that kind of concern, so that there's a mutual sense of concern back and forth. So even when it's, parent and child, or even, mentor and student, or there's, even in places where it's not necessarily an equal relationship, there's still that mutual concern, even, for the one who's on, the child position is concerned about the well-being of their parent in that way. So, we tend to think of love as a status or a bond or an achievement, but I think by drilling down to the momentary parts of it, we can understand love becomes a little bit less of a mystery, like, oh, I wonder how I get that. Get more of that in my life. You can be thinking of, these smaller pieces, how about more of these tying the shoe together, kind of smaller experiences that kind of build up to create that, kind of embodied sense of the bond, rather than just, oh yeah, here's the relationship on paper, or, the lineage, how you're related. It's, gives you that sense of, we really get each other, kind of build something. I want to just walk through a number of different definitions of how psychology has thought of what a smile is for, because I think it's can be enlightening here. The early work just showed that, or talked about how smiles really are a readout of the inner state of the smiling person. So anytime you use the word facial expression, you're kind of subscribing to that logic, that a smile is really just about expressing. There's another view in psychology that kind of challenged that view and said, well, actually, what smiles really function as is ways to draw out positive emotion in another. So they're not necessarily just reflecting the smiler's inner state. They're kind of pulling for a similar inner state in another. And then this work where if you mimic someone else's smile, you come to kind of get a sense of what they're feeling. suggests that one thing that a smile is for is to create this, we're on the same page, you know, we have this shared subjective experience, so that sharing a smile is a way of kind of coming to feel the same way as another person. There's another take that has joined up my broaden and build theory. These are other researchers, joined that up with this view that smiles pull for positivity in others, and saying that, well, you know, smiles and laughter, they're ways for us to broaden and build together. I mean, my broaden and build theory was originally so much about the individual, and that this kind of broadens it out and makes it much more social. So one of the things that I've been arguing, and I think the research that I'll share with you next week will really drive this home, is that, you know, these micro moments of positivity resonance are really vital nutrients for health, not just our own health, but the health of our communities, the health of our bonds. And so what a smile could be serving as is this initial hook that says, you know, let's create this moment that's going to be nourishing to all of us. You know, so there's a way in which a smile is a bid to get into this more healthful state. And we'll talk more about the health piece later, but I'm just wondering if you guys have any reactions to these different takes on what's the adaptive value of a smile. This is from sort of an evolutionary psychology perspective. You know, why do people smile? You know, is it just about, you know, one person? Is it just about the other? Or could it be about kind of raising collective potential?
I think about the business world, and when we teach sales, you know, you don't know what the client is going to say, how they're going to respond, so you always walk in with a smile. And then I think it hits all of those. It's a way to show your positivity, it's a way to see how they're going to respond, and then also it can broaden. Mm-hmm. Because then you can open up and begin the conversation. So smiling is very important in sales.
Yeah.
Do you think this works across cultures in terms of smiles, and that being kind of similar in India and China and other places?
Yeah, well, I think there are definitely, you know, cultural norms about when it's appropriate to smile, when it's appropriate to make eye contact. I mean, those are things that are very much governed by, you know, kind of cultural beliefs and values. And yet I think that, you know, when people feel safe and when there's connection, and so that's where the safety piece might be different in different cultures, like may not be appropriate or safe to make eye contact and smile. But when those conditions are met, when people feel safe, I think the ways that you know, humans are designed in terms of their reaction to smiles can be very similar. So there's certainly, emotions are a place where there's a lot of cultural variation and a lot of kind of universality at play. It's kind of both and. Mm-hmm. So great question.
I think one thing that I like about smiles, and as it relates to positivity resonance, is how quick these things can happen, and how it doesn't require a whole lot of investment on your part. If you're at the grocery store and you're, you know, smile and say thank you to the person who helped you find something. That brief moment, you can really quickly connect with someone, express positivity, this synchrony if you share a smile, and show that you care and care about that person, respect them. It's so quick, it doesn't require a lot of time for you to kind of experience this shared positivity, broaden, you know, your potential to, you know, make a new friend, or build resources, and you know, kind of improve your day. So
yeah. And now one of the things I think is interesting is that it doesn't necessarily even have to be about building a connection that'll be lasting, because I think those kind of everyday smiles that you might share with people in your community give you that sense of feeling like you live in a safe place. You know, that to the extent to which people are friendly and warm and exchange those, you know, micro moments of connection, even if it's not necessarily going to build anything in terms of a lasting tie, it does build that lasting, abiding sense of, I like where I live. You know, I feel safe here. I feel like there's a great sense of community, and those kind of things can build up. So, you know, sometimes people say, well, you know, I'm never going to see that person again. What is it? what is that good for me? But it's part of what creates that broader sense of community safety. So great examples. One thing that's been a really big influence for me on developing this new take on what love might be, thinking of love more as something that is a micro-moment connection or transaction between people, has been the fact that my research has been using meditation, as I mentioned in an earlier week, to teach people skills for self-generating positive emotions. And when I first started this work, I thought that this meditation practice that we were using was just a list, good for increasing all positive emotions. But it seems like it has a particular ability to kind of warm people up to connect more with others. And through the research that we've done on it, and I'm going to share with you some of the health effects next week, but through the research that we've done on it, that the findings have convinced me that there's something particularly compelling about these shared positive emotional states. But what I want to do now is just introduce a little bit more about this meditation practice. It's called, in different traditions, it's called metta or maitre or loving kindness meditation, or sometimes just kindness meditation. But that's the particular ancient practice that we've been bringing into our current scientific studies as basically it occurred to me that we didn't need to reinvent the wheel and try to come up with some new way to increase positivity in people's lives, that these ancient practices that go back millennia kind of do the same thing. So one thing, a lot of meditation, there's a lot of different kinds of meditation practice. This one is one that relies on phrases. So just like in some meditations, you just bring your attention to the breath over and over and again. This meditation, you bring your attention to a set of classic wishes, if you will, or phrases. These are the ones that are kind of the drumbeat of loving kindness meditation. You change up who the targets you're thinking of, but some version of these phrases is, may you feel safe, may you feel happy, may you feel healthy, may you live with ease. I mean, these are kind of the classic ways of kind of sending well wishes to others. Now, that's makes it all sound so very simple. It's not, it's something that people learn over several weeks and through their own practice of it. But I think it's useful just to lay out some framing thoughts about what this meditation practice is, what it isn't. One is that meditation itself is not a religion. I mean, sometimes there's confusion about that. But it can deepen any faith tradition that you happen to be part of, or it can be used completely outside of any particular tradition. So it's a behavior. It's a way of spending time with yourself and developing intentions and concentration. One of the key things that it's useful for, I think, is just to escape the kind of chronic sense of self-absorption that we kind of all have. That we walk around the world so wrapped up in our own to-do list or our own concerns, and it's just a kind of a steady reminder that you know what, I'm not the only person in this world, and maybe I could kind of break out of that cocoon of self-absorption and connect with others. So it's kind of a way to build that the kind of natural tendency to be a little bit more other-focused than self-focused. And it's interesting that the ancient teachings of loving kindness tell you to start with loving kindness for the self. And then build up to loving kindness for others. And one thing that's kind of interesting in Western cultures is that people really have a hard time with that sometimes. And the logic is, not to start with the most difficult target. It was kind of presumed that it would be easy to wish yourself well, and so you should really start with a target for whom, it's easy it's like to start with something easy and make it, and then stretch that over time. Sort of another way to think about that is that, there are people in our lives who we just naturally love and wish the best for. And that's kind of, we get that sort of automatically as just sort of being in community or being in family. And so it's to try to take those kind of natural feelings and then extend them to people who you might not necessarily feel that. You might feel kind of indifferent towards. So it's kind of just to stretch that feeling you typically reserve for that inner circle, stretch it out a little further. Now, we've talked about sincerity already, but this is a key place where sincerity really matters. It's not about saying the words, it's about using those words as a springboard for a genuine feeling. Sort of, the best we can do really is set an intention that I'd like to feel these good feelings. You don't know if you actually will. So it's not about kind of strong arming, like I'm going to feel this way, I'm going to feel kind. That needs to be, like when we talked about prioritizing positivity versus, really have to feel this way or not. This is just really like setting the conditions. Like this practice is more of a setting the conditions and then seeing what follows from that. Sometimes people have a kind of a bristly reaction to this practice because they think of it as really saccharine or very, fake, and or they think it's sounds like magical thinking, like especially when you get to, thinking about, oh, may all beings feel safe. Do I really think that if I say that, all beings will be safe? Like there's some kind of metaphysical thing going on here, that it's, there's no need to necessarily think that in some way, if you repeat this phrase in your head, that it's going to change somebody else. The point of it is to change you, to change, your own degree of warmth and other focus or concern with others when you're not practicing. So it's just kind of building a habit. So rather than getting hung up on whether what you've wished actually came true, it's more just focus on, oh yeah, this is softening me. This is changing my perspective. Now another thing that I think is key too that can help take the edge off it feeling fake or forced is to kind of situate the practice with a sense of equanimity or openness that, just because you're focusing on these wishes doesn't mean that suffering has disappeared, that, people are still hurting. And that's all the more reason to wish them well, So you don't have to be, like resilience isn't about sweeping away the negativity. This practice can be practiced, with full awareness of difficulties and suffering. So I know that many people have meditation practices. I'm just wondering if there's any other framing thoughts that you think would be useful for those who might be trying it for the first time.
I'd say to not have expectations of it being any certain way, and then also particularly with loving kindness, that it's okay for all sorts of feelings to come up, that you might have difficult feelings come up around somebody, and that's okay too.
Right, right. Yeah, and again, it's not about forcing a feeling, it's more like setting conditions that maybe over time kind of warm people up. But when people start having a negative reaction, one approach to that is to say, okay, let me say these phrases for myself right now. May I feel at peace, may I feel it safe. Just kind of realizing being attuned to that, not trying to think, oh, I'm doing this wrong.
Yeah, you don't have to feel bad about anything that comes up.
Right. Great point. Thanks. Thanks.
This is definitely not my thing, so it would be a stretch. I think the closest I get to it if I do stand-up paddleboard, I'm by myself, sunrise at the lake. I can get in the moment. I think I'm still thinking to-do list maybe.
Yeah.
So and this is hard for me to do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'll be curious what your reactions are then. That's great. That's great. Any other thoughts? Okay. So I think what can be useful too before taking, what I want to do is lead just a very short practice of this, just to give a flavor for it. You know, it's not, you know, it'll just give a little bit of a taste. But I think what can be useful is taking a moment to set your intention for what is it that you want to cultivate in yourself through this practice. So just kind of set an intention, not an expectation, but just this intention of like, oh, this is why I'm doing this, or this is why I'm open to seeing what this is. So with any meditation, it's important to just feel comfortable and grounded. So, you know, feet not flat on the floor, because our feet don't go down that far here. But feet comfortable, kind of an upright posture. I don't know, I always think that, you know, bringing the sternum forward and up is kind of a way to create some openness that is supportive of positive emotions. So in this short meditation, I'll repeat some phrases so you hear my voice, and they'll be followed by some periods of silence where I won't be speaking. And so in those periods of silence, just I'll introduce the phrases. Just repeat those phrases silently in your own mind. And you know, and if you get distracted, just bring your attention back to the set of phrases. And I'll begin and end the meditation by, we'll bring our attention to the full length of the chime, just as a way to get us grounded. Okay. So lower your gaze or close your eyes, whatever might be comfortable. And just bring your awareness to your breathing. And just picture, if you will, your heart region while you're breathing. As if you're breathing to and from your heart. And simply rest in this awareness for a few breaths. Now in this quiet space, just visualize all the people learning about positive psychology here in this room or elsewhere, learning about it through other means, or listening in on the other side of the screen. And think of the authentic curiosity and the goodwill that draws people in to learn more about positive psychology. And then think of all the lives that each of these people touch through their actions. Or if it's easier, just think about the people in your midst right now, nearby. yourself included. And so just lightly extend these well wishes, thinking of this group of people, yourself included. May we all feel safe. May we all feel happy. May we all feel healthy. May we all live with ease. You can say the phrases in ways that really speak to you the most, draw them out, or try to visualize them as wishes leaving you and meeting another. May we all feel safe and protected. May we all feel happy and peaceful. May we all feel healthy and strong. May we all live with ease. As we end this short meditation, just keep in mind that these are sentiments that you can cultivate anytime you wish. So I invite you to wiggle your toes, come back to the conversation. Any reactions, observations, things that you think might be helpful to hear?
Should be required for everybody every day.
Well, you know, the more I have seen about the data that emerge from our studies about what difference it makes when people practice this on a regular basis, I think so too. It's pretty remarkable. So.
I was just going to comment on that. It's surprising how difficult it is to kind of keep your mind focused on these things. Like one word you'll hear and it'll like, whoop, there goes my brain in this direction. Yeah. But I think just keep coming, like as I just was sitting and still and quiet, it's something that you don't do very often. And even though it was difficult for me, I think if I were to continue, this is the first time I've done it, but if I were to continue to practice it, I think that you probably get better at it. You all can speak to that, but yeah. It was still rewarding for me, even though it was a challenge.
Right,
yeah.
right.
Yep. Well, and I would also say, for me, I was really feeling how much context can make a difference, because say I'm used to my daily practice at home where I'm maybe on a cushion on the floor, and so just that it can be more difficult to really tap into that and go deep depending on the context.
Right, yeah, because just like you develop habits about other wellness behaviors, like, oh, I like to run in the woods, and so when I'm running on a treadmill, that feels funny. So there's ways in which the environment can be really supportive to help you kind of sink into it. Yeah. So, I kind of had that feeling of like, oh, right, on camera, that's a little different. So, But yeah, and great examples about how, your mind's just all over the place. That's okay. Yeah. That's what minds do. So, there's no reason. It's actually sort of an act of loving kindness to the self to just accept that. Just like, oh, my mind wandered, bring it back. That's having that sort of attitude of kindness in the practice is really vital as well.
And that it does, like you were saying, maybe we could speak to this, but yes, it does tend to get easier. The mind does tend to get quieter, but it'll still come up anyway.
Yeah. I think for, type A people are very busy. There's so much going on that we're juggling. It's great to give yourself permission to just rest and be still.
Right, exactly.
That's the power.
Right,
and it's stop.
Yeah, and it's one way to stop. And it's one way, I think, to get a different pace and also to get out of that sort of constant, it's me, because this kind of just builds that other muscle to be a little more other focused. So I think there's a real value in both of those pieces to it. So did it scare you?
No, it's good. I do yoga and we try it every time. I'm just not disciplined enough to pause and do it. I like to think I'm other focused.
Yeah.
But that whole getting quiet and doing it at that time, I'm just not and I know it's great. I've read enough studies too. It's just I'm not disciplined enough to do it well yet.
Yeah. Well, and I think one thing is true that formal meditation kind of happens when people are sitting and practicing, but there's a lot of informal meditation that can be just as powerful. It's like just your daily habits of connecting with others. So it's not like there's one way to get into this kind of psychology. So, and this is a kind of an ancient practice to try to build that habit, but there are lots of doorways in. So yeah.
I'll get there one day.
All right, great, thanks. Now this was just the briefest introduction to loving kindness meditation. There's of course so much more richness to it. Your experiential assignment this week is to practice it again using the guided meditation that I've made available here. When you're ready to go deeper into the practice of loving kindness, check out the website that I created to accompany Love 2.0. It offers a number of free guided meditations that you can try out as well. You might also look into the books and talks by Sharon Salzberg. She's widely regarded as the leading meditation teacher who brought the practice of loving kindness meditation from the East through her studies in India and Burma to the West. And she's written several very accessible books on it. She consults with my research team as well on our scientific studies. And she's a gem of a teacher and guide, well worth seeking out. I'm pleased to introduce you this week to Brett Major, a doctoral student who's working in the science of positive psychology here at the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill. And this week you've been learning about micro moments of connection, or positivity resonance as I call it. And Brett's research focuses in on these micro moments of connection as he tries to understand and unravel how they work and what they do for us. So Brett, could you tell us about what first drew you to the science of positive psychology and to make this your life's work?
Yeah, I actually got interested in positive psychology when I was an undergrad, and I was taking a class in psychology. The professor of that class had some research on positive emotions and happiness, and what makes people mentally well and how they flourish. And I just was really struck by how exciting that was to have a chance to learn about how we can make our lives better and take our lives, even if we're not particularly unwell or sick in any way, but there's always room for improvement and improving ourselves. And I I just got really excited. I remember thinking, I can't believe that you can do research on how someone can experience joy and try to start to figure these things out. And I think that's really exciting thing to think about, because we all love feeling joy and these positive emotions, and they're great. And I just was really excited about looking at how we can kind of maximize these positive emotions in our lives.
So the rewards of working in this area of science seem self-evident. What have you found to be some of the challenges?
Yeah, I think one of the biggest challenges in doing research on positive emotions, and I guess this is in any sort of research, is how long it takes to really find these answers. You read a study and find out, oh, well, positive emotions, lead to X, Y, and Z outcome, but I'm learning very quickly, or slowly maybe, that it takes years sometimes to get to do the research and get to the answers of these things. So it's a slow moving process, but I think it's just when you finally get the answer that you've been looking for, or maybe an answer that you haven't been looking for, it's really rewarding knowing that this is something that can be applicable to people in their daily lives, and something that people can use. And so I try to keep my eye on that in the end, on those days when things are really taking a long time to get through something. But yeah, it's overall it's a rewarding experience, but it certainly has its moments where it's not always fun and games. So.
Right. So you've shared with me that you think your grandfather really embodied the concepts of positivity resonance. How so?
Yeah, so my grandfather, my whole life has always been someone who will go walk up to someone he doesn't know and just strike up a conversation. And it was always short. He wasn't trying to take up too much of anyone's time, but he would go, make a connection, smile. He'd usually try to make a joke of some sort. Some of these jokes were better than others, but he was always, his intention was to, just get to know someone briefly. And he would take time every day to drive around town, and he had all of his little stops where he'd go, and he'd just pop in and, say hi, or pick up some popcorn from the local car dealership. There was food strategically placed at a lot of these areas that he liked. But I just remember thinking that that's something that I learned from him, is that this can be a really rewarding thing to, you get an opportunity to meet people in your community and share a brief moment of this positive connection. And I think he really utilized that throughout his whole life to really, use those opportunities to connect with others in the community. And I think it had a lot of great impact on him too. He was always a happy guy, and I just was, thinking about him recently, and realized, oh my gosh, I'm researching these brief micro moments of positivity, and my grandfather is the perfect example of this.
Yeah.
So
tell us what your research is saying, or is poised to say, about what the importance of these kinds of moments are.
Yeah, so we have a couple studies in the process right now, and we are asking people to kind of take some time and reflect on their positive social interactions. And we are hoping to find, what we're hypothesizing is that people, their physical health is going to improve as they continue to reflect upon these positive social interactions. And there's some research that already shows that, but we don't quite know why this daily thinking about your positive social interactions, why is that good for your health? So we have some theories on why we think that might happen, and one of them is that we think perhaps people are, interacting with a greater variety of people. Maybe they're seeking out new friendships, and these new friendships are providing support for them when they need it. Or maybe it's changing the way people think about their existing relationships. So if you spend some time reflecting on your positive relationships, then you can kind of find new meaning in the relationships you already have, and you can experience those a little more fully, and kind of maximize the things you already have. So we're kind of trying to see what exactly it is about just thinking about your positive social interactions, why that might be good for your health in the long term.
Tell us what's next for you. What else do you hope to tackle within the science of positive psychology?
So I've always been interested in this idea of having a close, positive connection with someone. And I really like the idea of exploring this at a bigger, more group level. What happens when you are with a group of people singing together in unison. It shares this kind of element of synchrony and positive emotions and caring for someone, or people dancing together in a group, and how this kind of can change the way groups see each other and see people outside of the group. I can just think of lots of instances in my life where I've been with a group of people and we're all kind of doing something together in unison, like singing or dancing, and it's just this really heightened positive emotion that sometimes you leave a situation like that, like maybe you're at a concert or a religious service, or you're running in a marathon together with people, but that you leave those situations and you almost feel a little different, like you see the world a little bit differently. And I think it's I think that's a really good example of this positivity resonance that we're talking about, and I'm interested in how that may or may not be different than when you experience it one-on-one with another person, and how that might shape the way a group of people, think and act.
Fascinating stuff, Brett.
Yeah.
Thanks
Yeah.
for being here.
Yeah.
So I wanted to just say a quick word about the homework assignment. I hope that this conversation with Brett has raised your interest in positivity resonance, and the experiential homework assignment for this week that I invite you to dig into is to reflect on connection, very much in the spirit of the work that Brett's doing. Reflect on connection every evening for about a week and see how that changes you. What changes does that lead to you to experience? Thanks. Try this meditation practice, loving kindness. First, find a quiet place where you're unlikely to be interrupted. If you're in a chair, scoot back in your seat so that the lowest part of your spine is well supported, and straighten your spine up toward the sky. Lean forward from the back of the chair just a bit. Relax your shoulders and pull them back slightly. This position allows you to expand your rib cage in all directions when you breathe, creating more spaciousness around your heart. Place your feet flat on the floor so that the heels and balls of your feet make equal connection with the ground. Rest your palms gently on your thighs. If sitting like this doesn't appeal to you, find another position that makes you feel both alert and relaxed, and that allows your chest to expand. Once you're physically comfortable, let your eyes drift closed, or, if you find that awkward, set your gaze lightly on a spot on the floor in front of you, or on a simple, peaceful object. In these guided meditations, you'll focus on particular phrases. You'll hear my voice, followed by periods of silence. After I introduce the phrases, gently repeat them silently in your mind during those periods of silence. We'll begin and end this meditation by bringing our awareness to the full length of the sound of a chime. Bring your awareness to the sensations of your own heart. Breathe to and from your heart. Notice how each breath brings new energy to your heart and allows your heart to send life-giving oxygen coursing throughout your body. Simply rest in this awareness for a few breaths. Now, in this quiet moment, visualize someone for whom you already feel warm, tender, and compassionate feelings. This could be a child, your spouse, even a pet, someone whom the mere thought of makes you smile. Let his or her smiling face surface in your mind's eye. As you take in that image with the lightest mental touch, call to mind this loved one's good qualities. Your goal is to rouse warm and tender feelings naturally by visualizing how connecting with this loved one makes you feel. Let these tender feelings take root, creating genuine warmth and kindness in you. Now offer the 4 wishes of loving kindness to this person. The traditional phrases go like this. May you feel safe. May you feel happy. May you feel healthy. May you live with ease. I'll repeat these phrases once more, followed by silence. When you no longer hear my voice, continue to offer these wishes, gently and silently, to the person you hold in mind. May you feel safe. May you feel happy. May you feel healthy. May you live with ease. The words you use don't matter as much as the sentiments and emotions they evoke. You can rephrase the statements in ways that serve to stir your heart the most. Use your loved one's name, for instance. You might also try extending the phrases ever so slightly to draw out your intent more fully. May you feel safe and protected, like a child in her mother's arms. May you feel happy and peaceful. May you feel healthy and strong. May you live with ease. Although your mind might pull you to race ahead, reflect on these phrases slowly, at your heart's pace. Silently say one phrase to yourself with each breath cycle. In the space between phrases, pause for just a moment to feel your heart and body. Really notice them. Discover what sensations, if any, arise in you. With each phrase, you might imagine seeing your good wishes radiate from your heart to your loved one, perhaps as a beam of light or a slowly unfurling golden ribbon. May you feel safe. May you feel happy. May you feel healthy. May you live with ease. Now, let go of your image of this particular loved one and simply hold your warm and tender feelings in your heart region. Now radiate those warm and friendly feelings to someone else, perhaps to a friend. Visualize this person's face and lightly call to mind his or her good qualities. With this new person in mind, slowly repeat the phrases of loving kindness, pausing briefly between phrases to notice your heart sensations. May you feel safe. May you feel happy. May you feel healthy. May you live with ease. Gradually call to mind all your friends and family as a group. Wish them all well through your body's appreciation of the classic phrases of loving kindness. May you all feel safe. May you all feel happy. May you all feel healthy. May you all live with ease. Now welcome in all the people with whom you share a connection, even remote connections. Use the phrases to extend your goodwill as far as you can. May you all feel safe. May you all feel happy. May you all feel healthy. May you all live with ease. As you conclude this practice, gently remind yourself that you can generate these feelings of kindness and warmth anytime you wish. By taking this time, you condition your heart to more readily do just that. You're now better prepared to experience true connection with others. Now that you've been exposed to the ancient practice of loving-kindness meditation, I want to share with you the very recent scientific evidence that my team and I have on how it can change you. In these studies, we first gather objective, health-related biological measures from our study volunteers by measuring their echocardiograms or drawing a sample of their blood. Then, we randomly assign each one to either learn loving-kindness meditation or not. Then, about 3 months later, they visit our lab again, and we again capture their echocardiogram or draw a second blood sample. This is how we test the broaden and build theory of positive emotions at the biological level. Let's get started then with week 5. So you've had a bit of a taste of what loving-kindness meditation is like. I'd like to dive into this week what we've learned from the science about how that affects people, how that practice affects people. And you know, I don't think this is necessarily just about that particular practice, but like creating opportunities and experiences in your daily life where that more of those kinds of emotions and connections come into play. I mean, there are other doorways in, but that's the one that we've used in our research. But take a moment to think about, you know, when you really connect with somebody, when you really, you know, these micro moments of positivity resonance that we've been talking about. When you're truly in sync with somebody, in what ways do you feel that? I mean, how is that experience embodied? I mean, is it something that's sort of an abstract, like you're just like, oh yeah, we connected, or is it, yeah, we connected, and how would you describe that?
I always think it's really difficult to describe. For me personally, it's hard to put my finger on what it is, but sometimes you just like, I really clicked with that person. And I think a lot of it, the eye contact, that synchrony, the things we've talked about with positivity resonance, it's a lot of that, but I think usually it's just this instinct almost, for me at least.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if y'all have similar.
Yeah, it's kind of energizing.
Yeah.
There's something that's like this uplift, this energizing piece to it.
I was going to say the physiology of it, the body temperature, the warmness, the smiling, all of that. You just feel this connection. To me, it is all about vibrations and energy.
Yeah.
But definitely.
So something energizing, something connected. It's happening again, not just in an abstract way of connecting, but in a.
It's like life affirming and heart opening. It's like you were saying, it's a really energetic thing, just really feeling that. It feels like love, just kind of being filled with love.
Yeah, I think it's interesting when you think about life giving. It's just kind of like this, if these micro moments of connection are really working as nutrients give us life, they give us energy. So these little emotional connections, I think, also give us life and give us energy. Sometimes when we think about love and hearts, we kind of think of cartoon hearts like Valentine's Day or, greeting cards or something. But, one of the main things that we've looked at is how these experiences of connection, cultivated through practices like loving kindness meditation, affect the physical heart, affect the real heart. And not just in terms of a momentary flutter, but in terms of like the stable rhythms of healthy, efficient functioning of the heart. And in particular, we've spent a lot of time looking at the vagus nerve. Give you a little image of where the vagus nerve is. It emerges, deep within your brainstem and connects your brain to your heart. Literally. This is the tie between your brain and your heart, and also connects your brain to other internal organs as well. And we've gotten interested in it because the vagus nerve is really implicated in both psychological health and in physical health. And so it seems like maybe it's the intersection between the two. One of the things the vagus nerve does is it helps calm your racing heart after a fright. So if you get really startled and then you just need to calm down, that's your vagus nerve at work calming you down afterwards. But when your vagus nerve is functioning especially well, it also slows your heart just a little bit every time you exhale. So that it creates this healthy rhythm to your heart where when you're breathing in fresh oxygen, your heart speeds up a little bit, and when you're breathing out, no more fresh oxygen in those moments, your heart takes a little breather in a way, with the exhale. And so that rhythm, that variability in heart rate is sometimes called cardiac vagal tone. It's interesting to scientists, this measure, because it's been related not only to cardiovascular health, it's related, it actually is one of the things that a physician measures after someone has had a heart attack to see their prospects for recovery. And it predicts the cardiovascular system's ability to regulate itself. It predicts the body's ability to regulate glucose, our blood sugar as well. It predicts the body's ability to regulate inflammation. And so it's vitally involved in a number of different aspects of routine, healthy functioning. So that's on the physical health side. On the psychological health side, people who have more of this healthy rhythm in their heart or higher cardiac vagal tone, they're better able to regulate their attention, better able to regulate their emotions. And because of those two, we think they're better able to navigate social situations, have better social skill. And one of the things that one of my former doctoral students, Bethany Cook, has found in her early work is that there's an upward spiral that goes on between people's cardiac vagal tone and their positivity resonance, or their ability to experience these micro moments of positive connection. We know that if we measure individual differences in this healthy rhythm of the heart, cardiac vagal tone, it predicts how much in day-to-day life people experience these micro moments of connection. That's actually consistent with the existing literature, that if you're able to regulate your attention and emotions, that's going to help you connect with people better. What's new, what we hadn't seen in the literature before, was that your day-to-day experiences of positivity, resonance, and connection predict improvements a season later in your cardiac vagal tone. So we've seen this kind of upward spiral connection where, there's this marker of physical health that predicts how much connection that you can experience day to day with people. And then that how much connection you have contributes to this improving this marker of physical health. Now this was in a correlational study where we were just measuring, where people stand on this and how they change over time. We wanted to take this further by doing a randomized controlled trial where we randomly assigned people to experience more of these micro moments of connection in daily life. And we did that by teaching them this loving kindness meditation that you've already had a bit of a experience with. And so I want to describe to you a study where we had 65 employees of this university, employees, faculty and staff volunteer to be in this study, and we randomly assigned them either to learn this meditation technique as part of the study, or they learned it later after the study was over. And what we did was have people come visit our positive emotions and psychophysiology lab over in the Department of Psychology, and we measured their cardiac vagal tone before the study ever started. Throughout the study, they completed measures of their emotions daily, just like with that positivity self-test that you all did, same measure actually. And they also reported how close and attuned they felt with the people they connected with that day. So people, kind of think back to your 3 longest connections of the day. How attuned and how connected did you feel? So we had this kind of proxy measure of this positivity resonance. And what we found here is that we're able to kind of budge or nudge this upward spiral, that where, people who are meditating are experiencing more positive emotions. That's in line with the studies that our lab had done previously and I shared with you. And here we found that the more positive emotions people experienced in day-to-day life, the more of these micro moments of connection, or this feeling connected and attuned people had. And that led to increases over a season in their cardiac vagal tone. And actually there were 2 things that predicted people's positive emotion experiences and connection. It was not just the fact of whether they were in the meditation workshop or not. It was their starting levels of cardiac vagal tone. So those 2 together kind of predicted what kind of profile people would be on. So people who started the study with higher cardiac vagal tone got more positive emotions out of it, had more connection. It's kind of like their spiral was moving along a little faster. But the key part of this study is that the random assignment involved in it, allows us to know that it's, when people make the effort to self-generate more of this, warm other focus, that changes things in their daily experiences with other people, and it changes the very rhythms of their heart. I mean, the beat-to-beat rhythms of their heart become more efficient, more effective. And I mean, it's changing this very core aspect of our physiology and being. So there's this real domino effect going on. So this the sentiments that you're able to generate in a practice like loving kindness or other practices that help you feel more connected, they're not just these ephemeral fleeting good experiences. They are those things, but they also have this like deep effect on the body and health. So when you say these experiences are energizing or enlivening, you know, so there's ways that the science is beginning to show us just exactly how energizing and life-giving they are. So.
I think that's really cool how you mentioned that when we talk about positive emotions as a nutrient, and this shows almost, you know, when you eat healthy fruits and vegetables, you can see how your body changes in a good way. It's same with positive emotions. Your body is physically changing, your vagal nerve is changing, getting better. Is that a good way to think about it?
Yeah. So I mean, not only is it energizing in the moment and it has its own feeling, creating moments that have that energy and that sense of alive and connection is feeding us in a direction towards health. So yeah, thanks for bringing back that analogy, because I think it really fits here.
And is it a positive or negative? So does negative emotion then cause problems with this system?
Yeah,
Right.
I mean,
and there's no neutral, I guess. It's either a positive or a negative kind of experience?
Well, I think that anything that we experience frequently in terms of emotional tone ends up kind of changing us. It's sort of like you are what you eat, you know, in terms of, you know, if you eat a lot of unhealthy food, that's eventually going to kind of change your body's capacities. I think, you know, negative, all emotions are good for us. I don't want to say negative emotions are bad, but it really depends on their fit to the circumstance. And when negative emotions become prolonged and excessive and kind of a way of life instead of a reaction to a temporary situation, that's when they definitely are related to changes in the way the heart functions and you know, body system. So, you know, we know that stress and illness are closely connected, and it's the emotional piece that kind of helps, you know, build the pathway between them.
Yeah. I mean, people make that assumption negative emotions cause problems, but I don't think they make the assumption about positive emotion having an effect on health either.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And psychology has worked so many more decades on the negative emotions causing problems. And they're, you know, those effects are large and prevalent and worthy of study, but in a way they kind of eclipsed attention to this subtler positive side. So positive psychology just kind of, you know, addresses that imbalance in the field, being exclusively focused on problems and disease to opportunities and the real positive side of health. So I want to pick up on what you were saying about negative emotions kind of harming the body. There's a new area of science that is looking at how the immune system responds to stress and adversity. And I've been collaborating with a colleague in the field, Steve Cole, who has been arguing that we have a forward-looking immune system that in a way registers our recent experiences and anticipates from those recent experiences what the future is going to be like. So the interesting thing, this is one way that things like our emotional experiences seem to communicate with our immune systems and set us up for expecting certain kinds of threats in terms of you know, illnesses and bacterias and things. For a long time, there's been kind of a mysterious black box that connected negativity and stress to illness. And recent breakthroughs in molecular studies, especially of genomics, have helped us break open that black box and see how social and emotional experiences, and the work here just like work in all of psychology, started with adversity. So looking at things like chronic loneliness, bereavement, anticipated bereavement, low socioeconomic status or living in poverty, different kinds of adversity seem to affect gene expression in the immune system in a similar way. You know, even though these different kinds of adversities have different challenges associated with them, they all seem to shift gene expression in a direction that is an increase in pro-inflammatory gene expression and a decrease in antiviral and antibody synthesis expression. So it's kind of like adversity comes with this triple whammy that maybe makes people more susceptible to disorders of chronic inflammation and less able to ward off a virus. And again, gene expression is different than our DNA. Our DNA doesn't change, you know, but how our DNA gets made into the actual cells of our body, that's the gene expression part. And that part can be variable and seems to be very attuned to our emotional experience. It's also attuned to our activity levels and our diet and other things, but emotions are one of the things that kind of talks to changes in gene expression in the immune system. So the adversity pattern kind of helps us, this increased expression of pro-inflammatory genes and decreased expression of antiviral antibody synthesis. That pattern, Steve Cole and his other colleagues have found, goes along with all of these different kinds of adversity and helps us figure out what was that pathway that goes from negativity, negative emotional experiences to illness, which had been kind of mysterious. And we'd seen, you know, for decades that they are correlated, negative experiences and stress and illness, but people hadn't known the exact molecular pathway. And so that's starting to be illuminated. So getting back to this idea of this forward-looking immune system, the idea is that in good times, when you're connected with other people especially, those emotions of connection kind of warn the immune system that there's a lot of togetherness going on. Well, your microbial threat is going to be a virus, you know, because that's where we catch viruses, is through our connections with other people. So the immune system kind of shores itself up for protecting against viruses. Whereas if you're, for our ancestors, imagine, if you were just shunned by the group, or maybe thrown out of the group forcibly, or you're out on your own trying to protect yourself against the, you know, the wild beasts, you know, in the landscape. Well, then your biggest threats are bacterial infections, you know, like from a wound or from injury. And so when people are feeling more experiences of adversity, it's kind of like the body's preparing for a bacterial infection and kind of having inflammatory responses at the ready. So that's what's meant by this forward-looking immune system. It's kind of taking your recent emotional experience and trying to forecast what's going to be the likely threat in the system. So this, you know, it's not like your immune system has eyes and can look, you know, but it can register the biochemistry of your emotions and make some calibrations there. So learning about Steve Cole's work on this, you know, how gene expression in the immune system is affected by adversity, I got very curious about how do good experiences affect this, especially if loneliness has this adversity signature. Might connection oppose that or kind of bring people more into this positive, healthier immune functioning? And in a way, we were testing whether you can have a do-it-yourself gene expression. You know, can you change your emotional diet and make shifts in gene expression? And the bottom line is that we found that we can do that. We've done similar studies where we randomly assign people to learn loving kindness meditation. Or in this more recent study, we've gotten more rigorous control conditions where we compare loving kindness meditation to another kind of meditation that just doesn't have the positive emotion aspects of it. It has all the other aspects of, you know, taking time for yourself, being quiet and still, but not so much focus, or not any real focus on cultivating that warm and friendly feeling towards others. And we find that that molecular signature of health emerges in step with increases in positive emotions and positive connections, that, and that predicts shifts towards a reduction in pro-inflammatory gene expression and an increase in the antiviral and antibody synthesis. So it's that, again, our emotional well-being so tied to our health. And what we're discovering here is that positive emotions are like the drivers of this, the tiny engines or the nutrients that can actually lead to shifts at a cellular level. And again, randomized controlled trials help us know that there's a cause and effect relationship here.
You know, everyone thinks about like vitamins or excuse me, exercise and diet for your health. I think people maybe think emotions are out of their control, so it's not
Right.
something that they can generate as nutrients for it.
Exactly. I know. A lot of times I think we think emotions are just like the weather.
Yeah.
You know, it just happens.
Right.
What's the forecast for today? I can maybe predict, but I can't control. And yet, especially for, I think it's true for all emotions, but especially for positive emotions, those appraisals that we talked about as, like, you know, sitting between what's happening in the actual situation and the emotion, those appraisals or interpretations, those are the levers that we have control over.
Yeah.
You know,
And even if it's not control, you can influence it quite a bit.
exactly,
Right?
exactly.
Yeah.
Sometimes they just come on unbidden because the situation is so strong, but we can shape them, and we can certainly prolong them too a little bit, you know, help them last just a little bit longer. So yeah, I think, you know, I think it's very reasonable to be thinking about, well, might these ability to self-generate positive emotions be a health behavior? One of the really important caveats I think is important to mention here is that even as we know that positive emotions might have this healthy effect on the immune system and on our hearts, this doesn't mean that people who are facing illness are not positive enough. Do you know what I mean? That's a logical fallacy that actually, again, a little knowledge of positive psychology can be a dangerous thing. Sometimes people will take that and say, oh, well, if you're sick, well, what did you do wrong? Why weren't you thinking positive? Or, you know, so there's this way in which it can kind of become this damaging belief, which is, again, it's a logical fallacy to turn this into a blame the victim, but it's what we're simply finding is that, well, positive emotions are one of the many factors that influence how our immune systems work and how our health systems work. And health and illness is just so multiply determined that you can't look at someone's state of health and say, oh, I know what you've been feeling. You know, it doesn't work backwards in that way. So I think that's a really important caution. So if we keep with this analogy that I've been working on with positive emotions as nutrients, we hear a lot about neuroplasticity these days. I mean, a decade ago, that was not even a word people knew of, but you know, how people's experience changes the brain. What I just want to point out is that this research shows that there's plasticity all over the body. I mean, you know, we certainly knew that with muscles, right? You know, that if you work out and lift weights, that whatever you do repeatedly is going to be kind of written into your muscle capacity. So, you know, that's true with the heart, that's true with the immune system. So how we engage with the world emotionally shows up in terms of the functioning and plasticity of the physical heart, of the immune system. And the thing about plasticity is it's kind of reminds us that there's a use it or lose it kind of framework here, that it's not like you build this wonderful muscle and it just stays there forever. It's reflective of daily habits. So the functioning of the heart and the immune system can very much be that reflection of our daily habits. And if we don't keep exercising our capacity to connect, we could be eroding some of our biological capacity to connect. And that's one thing that I think is really important as we kind of, as a culture, go into the modes of connecting that aren't face-to-face. What is it that we're inadvertently eroding in ourselves by kind of losing the habit and practice of connecting, So I don't know if any of you guys have sort of observations of the ways in which our current society kind of tempts us into not connecting face to face, but there's a lot that can go.
I think just the advancements in technology.
Yeah.
Everything from the smartphone to the tablets, to the laptops, computers,
Right.
communication by using some type of machine or medium versus
Right.
taking the time to get to know one another face to face, feeling one another, being right there in the moment.
Right,
So that
right.
pulls us apart.
So there's probably some way in which our thumbs are getting really strong, or whatever. Like we're just engaging so much with certain ways of interacting that involve imagining someone's reaction through a screen and a lot of abstractions. It's a lot put on the print, the written word, and not as much on that sort of dance of nonverbal expression and connection. So there's certainly, I think there are potential costs that come with, tending to interact in one way versus another. Now that's an area for future research. I know Brett's been very interested in this piece, so if I can ask you to share a little bit about the work at home versus work in an office.
Yeah, we are running a study on this type of thing, and we are asking we recruited two different groups of people, those who work at home with not a whole lot of social interaction versus people who work in kind of a typical office setting where there are other people present. And we asked them to kind of write a diary about their day, and then we asked them about each event from their day and to what extent that they were experiencing, positivity resonance and really connecting with people. And we're finding results here. We're still analyzing the data, but that these face-to-face interactions are where this positivity resonance is really, really coming in. And there may be some physical health implications with that too that we're starting to look at. So
one of the things I thought was really interesting in that study, and again, we're still analyzing the data, but there was a glimmer that the people who were working more on their own, working at home, got much more out of their phone calls with people. Like they had more positivity resonance in phone calls than in people who were meeting with people face to face. A phone call was kind of maybe a little like, not a big opportunity, but a phone call was a big opportunity for somebody who was, so it's kind of like people kind of knew, well, I'm not getting much of this in my day, so I'm going to get as much as I can out of this connection time that I have.
yeah,
So.
people were versatile. They adapted to their situation and learned kind of how to,
Yeah.
get this positivity resonance if they didn't have the opportunity to have as many face-to-face interactions.
Yeah.
So.
So take a moment to think of your 3 longest social interactions that you had yesterday, and then reflect on, with those, considering those 3 interactions as a whole, how in tune with other people did you feel? How close did you feel? Now, one thing that we discovered completely by accident in our research lab was that asking people this question regularly, like every night for a series of weeks, is also an induction that creates more positive emotions in people's days and more positive connection. So what do you think, if you were to make that a nightly habit, to reflect on connection, what do you think would change?
I would try to make more connections, I think, right? I mean, because I'd be
Yeah.
attending to it, and so I would
Right.
I would be more proactive in thinking about connections.
Yeah, and thinking, oh, I'm going to have to answer that question again. So let's make this count. So yeah, 'cause there could be something that changes in the ways people interact with one another because they have that self-consciousness about it or that reflection about it.
And also that it can just make you appreciate that much more the connections that you're already having with people. So in the moment when you're reflecting, really appreciating them. And then once you've been reflecting on them, then when you are interacting with other people, it might just bring you more appreciation for it.
Yeah. So it's a way of savoring it in a
Yes.
way. So, and I always think of savoring as a way to triple the goodness of a good experience, because you can kind of savor in advance, like, oh, this will be nice when we connect, and then you can savor during, and then this nightly reflection is a way to kind of restoke the goodness of it as well.
Yeah.
So it can magnify it, even if it's not changing actual behavior. One of the things that we found to be especially remarkable is that this exercise, just of introducing that reflection on connection every day, also changes people's cardiac vagal tone. So if we measure people's cardiac vagal tone at the start of a study, and then 3 months later, if they've been doing this exercise, and again, we randomly assign people to either reflect on connection or to reflect on some other aspect of their day. Those who reflect on connection show that improvement in cardiac vagal tone, that the very rhythm of their heart at rest becomes healthier, more efficient. So we don't think it has the same strength as a loving kindness meditation, but it has the same effect at a slightly different strength. But the good news about this one is that this one works for people and improves their vagal tone no matter where they started. So you didn't have to start with high vagal tone to get a bigger improvement in it. This works if you were, it's kind of an equal opportunity intervention in that way. So, I mean, just getting back to your question earlier about, well, these are, we could maybe think of positive emotions as health behaviors. You know, this, we know that eating well, staying active, you know, managing our stress, those are all things that are important for our health and wellness. But cultivating these positive emotions, and especially ones around connection, you know, definitely could be a health behavior too. There's a recent meta-analysis of some 300,000 participants in research studies, and they've found that there's a comparable effect on mortality risk for your connection and engagement as with, you know, using tobacco, being overweight, excessive alcohol use. It's just as powerful of an effect on our health as these other things that we hear about all the time as health behaviors, but we never think of, you know, social connection, positive social connection as a health behavior.
Just thinking that reminds me of prison, and when you want to hurt someone, you isolate them.
Exactly.
You take them away from the connection, even though the prisoners aren't necessarily buds or all of that, but just the removal,
Right.
that says something.
And then solitary confinement.
Solitary confinement,
Whew.
exactly.
Yeah, it says like this basic nutrient that humans need to feel alive, feel energized. It is punishing when it's taken away. So what? Let's take a moment to think about what would a public health campaign look like if we really took seriously that connection and this kind of positive emotions that we share is a vital health behavior. What could you picture in a public health campaign?
My mind goes to schools right away and thinking about teacher training maybe, and thinking about how to cultivate positive emotion in the classroom, and how that might help kids not only learn but also be healthy.
Yeah. Like there's so much focus, about end of grade tests and like making sure teachers are getting all this content in so the kids can do well at the end of grade. If we just back up a little bit and say, okay, what's the context that's going to allow kids to be able to take that in and learn and become the best version of themselves, then how teachers and others in schools create the contexts really can make a big difference.
And I think about the world of sport and even connected with schools. It's more than just the competition of two teams playing. It's all the other connections. So it's the cheerleaders, it's the people in the stands connecting with one another. I remember in high school, the football games going on, but a group of friends, we're all hanging out, just walking around the stadium, and meeting people. The grandparents, they all get together. So it's just that coming together, that's what sport does.
Right, and over something that's playful and joyful. And also you can admire great skill in the process, so that's another positive
The
emotion.
Super Bowl parties. Most people aren't even watching the game, but the fact that people are coming together.
Yeah, exactly.
For me, I would think it would be important to maybe give some direction or suggestions of how people can cultivate more of these connections in their lives, because I think of people I've worked with who maybe feel like they don't have that in their lives, and that just hearing this kind of thing could maybe make them feel worse about that in a way, like, oh, well, I don't have any connections with people that I can really focus on with that. So
well, that's where I feel like you just recognizing that positivity resonance can occur with any other human. You don't have to have this history of connection and relationship. It can be even those of us, like when I'm traveling in another city and I don't really know anybody, I can still move through the town and kind of greet a shopkeeper and thank the person who got me that pastry, and you know what I mean? Like you can still feel these positive ways of relating to people, even if they're in just one-time encounters. And so I think kind of lowering the bar on what counts as connection is really important as well. It's the small little interactions that if we're able to talk and meet somebody's gaze, we have what it takes to get involved. As long as we feel safe. I mean, that is a key precondition. So that we might need to first think about what's making a person or what's making me at this moment not feel safe, and honoring that and kind of working on that first.
Yeah, and also I find that people might try too hard to connect. Like if they're really wanting that connection, that it's kind of keeping the connection from happening because they're so focused on connecting with the other person. So that a lot of it is authenticity and just being true to yourself, and that allows for more connection from the heart instead of like, please accept me, connect with me.
Same, going back to what we talked about a couple weeks ago with valuing happiness or connection to an extreme versus prioritizing it. Kind of instead of just like, oh, this has got to happen, just trying to set the stage for it. Like, situations like sporting events can be setting the stage, or the ways teachers kind of set up the classroom can be setting the stage. So trying to, when we like, you can't strong arm an emotion or a connection. You can't just like will it into being. You can plant the seeds and see what grows, but you don't yell over the flower, grow. You gotta tend it. So this is one of those areas where you have to think about tending more than forcing, which again, it can sound so simple, but it actually takes some nuance to get it right. I really appreciate you bringing in those kind of caveats. So, yeah. The more we as scientists are able to explore the biology of positive emotions, the more in awe I am about how these tiny engines do their work. how much they energize us and drive us to be at our best, not just emotionally and socially, but physically as well. Your experiential assignment for this week is to implement the micro-moment practice that my team and I have studied. Simply reflect on your social connections each evening and consider how close and attuned you felt with others. As you learn how to generate more positive emotions in your day, in this and other ways, you can be assured that your cells and your heart take note and change for the better in step with the changes in your daily emotional habits. Reciprocal links are key here. At the same time that positive emotions beget health, health begets positive emotions. That's the upward spiral. I'm delighted to have the chance to introduce you to Kelly Stack this week, a certified holistic health coach and author of the forthcoming book, Flourishing with Chronic Illness. Now, this week you've learned about the health benefits of positivity resonance and have had the chance to try out loving kindness meditation as part of your experiential homework. Now, Kelly puts these ideas of positive psychology into practice, both in her own life and as she helps others find their unique roadmap to health. Now, Kelly, can you tell us how you first got interested in positive psychology and making it part of your life's work?
Well, I was majoring in psychology in college, and they introduced for the first time this positive psychology course. And before that, I had just been taking the regular things like abnormal psychology and learning about what was wrong with people. And this just sounded like such a different approach. And so I signed up for the course. And as it happened, I was diagnosed with multiple sclerosis right before that semester started. That was going to be my senior year in school. And it, of course, caught me completely off guard. It's a very serious illness, potentially debilitating, and I didn't know anything about it. But I decided to go ahead and finish out the year. It was my senior year in school, and started this course, and it was really just perfect timing. It really started shifting things for me right away, just seeing that we all have the potential to bring more positivity into our lives. I had thought of myself in a certain way for so long. I kind of just felt like that's the way I was. I wasn't necessarily a great student, and I wasn't really that healthy of a person. And just seeing that we can all do these things, we all have the same potential to tap into, to improve our lives in so many ways. It was really exciting to me. And so I started applying these things in my own life, and was also getting into meditation at the same time. And I've just really seen this upward spiral that you write about, so that not only has it impacted my the pleasure that I feel in my life, my sense of self, and it definitely seems to have had an impact on my health and the prognosis of my condition. It's been really amazing. And now I'm just so excited to be able to share it with other people. I've found so much along the way, and it's all just really exciting.
That's great. If a new client came to you, Kelly, interested in lifestyle change, what would you tell him or her about what you could offer as a health coach?
Well, the first thing is to really establish a connection with the person. people generally aren't used to having someone who's just totally invested in helping them to reach their goals, who really wants to listen and support them in a totally loving way. And so it's providing this space where people can feel loved and accepted just as they are, and then they feel safe to explore whatever it is they want to achieve with their health and in their lives. And a lot of it is also bringing in this pleasurable approach, that getting healthy doesn't have to mean being restrictive or forcing anything, that we can actually find what's going to work best for that individual, to do things that they'll really enjoy to get healthier, and just more satisfied with their lives in general.
This is a nice segue, because I was about to ask you, how does positive psychology factor into your coaching, and how do you see people responding to that?
Wow, yeah, there's a lot. There's so many ways that positive psychology can be applied. One of the biggest things is just this positive approach, is looking at how it, a lot of times people think of getting healthy as a restrictive, kind of not fun thing to do, and seeing that it can actually be a way of, it's something that you can do and really feel good doing it. You can really enjoy the process. And so a lot of it is bringing in pleasure, looking at where people have pleasure in their lives, and guiding them to be more present with the pleasures that are already there, as well as helping them to bring in more pleasure, more positive emotions. So there can be practices like the loving kindness meditation. I find that meditation in general is really powerful for helping people just to be more present and mindful of the good that's in their lives, and to help them bring more. And also focusing on people's strengths, helping them to connect in with that, looking at relationships in their lives, and really looking at what's healthy, what's not, and creating authentic, loving relationships, and that has a huge impact. And the way I see people respond is just awesome. People get really excited just seeing these possibilities, maybe for the first time. They get this expanded awareness of their potential that just before they wouldn't have even conceived of. And it's really amazing. They light up and are able to just move forward towards goals and things that they might not have thought were possible before.
Oh, that's great, yeah. So what's next for you, Kelly? How else do you think that we could leverage the science of positive psychology to help people flourish even during difficult times?
Well, again, there's just so much potential there. It's really exciting. For me, I'm working on this book right now, which will be out soon, Flourishing with Chronic Illness. And it's a mind, body, spirit approach to living your best life with any diagnosis. And so the idea is that there's so much that people can do to enrich their lives, even in the face of illness. There's this idea of positive health, that health and wellness, it's not just the absence of disease, it's a higher state, it's above and beyond that, and so you can really thrive in your life. And even when there's a disease present, there's so many things you can do to have a rich and amazing experience, even in the face of all of that. And there's so much potential there. It's so exciting. And really, we've seen that it can have a direct impact on people's health. So not only can it be beneficial to people even when a disease is progressing, it can potentially affect the progression or halt progression of an illness. And I think we're just seeing the tip of the iceberg now, and I'm really excited to see what we find going forward.
Thank you, Kelly, for sharing your story and your work with us. And I hope that you've come away with a richer sense of how positive psychology can be useful even in difficult times. It's not just for when times are good. So thank you. I've mentioned my friend, the late Christopher Peterson, before because he's the one who's famous for noting that positive psychology is not a spectator sport. Now, he's even more famous for another phrase, which he used to sum up all of positive psychology. He said, "Other people matter, period." Now, I encourage you to reinforce this universal truth by making a difference in other people's lives. Your experiential assignment for this last week is to extend your formal practice of loving kindness by setting the intention to make 3 loving connections each day. This is one way to informally practice loving kindness. I want you to observe how these new connections change both you and your sense of community. Let's get going. Okay, so I want you to start off today by thinking about someone who's done something kind for you lately. How would you express your thanks? Just take a moment to write out a thank you note to someone who's done something kind that you just want to acknowledge their kind gesture. So what goes into an effective thank you? How do you?
Specificity on what they did, I think, for you,
Uh-huh.
or what you felt that you appreciated.
Uh-huh. So getting real specific.
How it makes you feel.
How it makes you feel. Yeah. You know, I was saying earlier that I think love is an all of the above emotion, and I just want to share with you some perspectives that we've gotten through studying gratitude and how people express appreciation that has made me think, oh, well, if we express appreciation in a particular way, that really becomes a version of love. And so I want to share with you a project that a colleague of mine, Professor Sarah Aljo, did in collaboration with my team. And we had a unique situation where we had 77 romantic couples come into the lab. And then we had each of them think for a moment of something kind their partner had done for them, and then gave them 5 minutes to express appreciation to their partners. And this was something that, you know, each partner did. Okay, and then it was kind of interesting. People came up with all kinds of things that their partners had done for them, and had different ways of expressing that. And we, right after someone heard someone express appreciation, they completed a short questionnaire that kind of got at the aspects of that mutual care that we talked about as being kind of one of the main pieces of these micro moments of positive connection, like how much you feel that the other person understands and validates and kind of gets the real you. You know, like as they're thanking you, do they make you feel like, they really got me, that felt great, you know. So in this study, we had the person, the thanker, the person who was expressing the thanks, and then the person who had done the kind thing, the benefactor, kind of listened to the expression of appreciation and then just noted how that made them feel. And then we let these people go off into the wild, you know, just like back into their daily lives. And we caught up with them 6 months later. And before the study started, we had measured relationship satisfaction. 6 months later, we measure relationship satisfaction. We don't think that this one expression of appreciation in the lab is what made the difference, but we think that how they expressed appreciation in the lab was probably typical of how they express appreciation in more generally. And one of the things that we found was that people really differed in what they put into that expression. And for example, what I would call sort of a higher quality versus a slightly lower quality way of thanking people. And I'll give you, they can be equally enthusiastic. I'll give you one example of one couple where the husband was thanking his wife for picking up a lemon square or a dessert item from, she had been at some conference or reception and thought, oh, that's my husband's favorite. And so she took one aside and brought it home, or brought it to his office at work. And he was saying, thank you for doing that. That was so thoughtful. And you don't just, it's not just about the lemon square, because at first she was like, oh, I know that's your favorite, I should make that for you more often. And he's like, it's not about the lemon square, it's just that you were thinking about me during your day and you thought this would make me happy. And he's like, you don't just do this for me, you do this for everybody. This is just, some really cool feature that you're very thoughtful and connected and you are thinking of the people in your life all day long. So he, was sharing this story with his wife, and then she rated afterwards how that made her feel. There's another example of a couple I want to share with you where the husband and the couple said, thank you so much for that guitar you gave me for my birthday. I love that guitar. It is the most wonderful guitar. I've been jamming with my friends, learning new songs. I've been having a great time with that guitar. Thank you. And it just kind of just was focused a lot on the guitar. And so when that spouse heard that thank you afterwards, didn't feel so seen because it was really about him and the guitar and not so much about her and her thoughtfulness in there. And so one of the things that we discovered here is that people express appreciation in all kinds of ways. And some people put a lot more of the you in the thank you and really make it a relational thing and kind of use it as a chance to kind of shine the spotlight on the other person. And other people kind of forget that you part of it. And they say thank you, but then it becomes all about them and the thing, the kind thing or the deed or that, oh, when you made dinner for me that last night, that helped so much because that was a really busy day for me. Just kind of, it's a little bit of a touch on the you, and then it's all back to me. And so one of the things that we learned was that the more other focus that was in these expressions of appreciation, the more that they served as kind of a booster shot for the relationship. So that 6 months later, people's relationship satisfaction improved. So it's not like the expressions of appreciation that didn't have so much focus on the other did any harm. Mm-hmm. We just found that they were inert. Like in a way it was like an opportunity that hadn't been capitalized on or realized. But I think it's, if we can think of ways of expressing appreciation that really help the other person feel seen, that seems to be the key. So sometimes I think it's kind of eye-opening to kind of go back to the thank yous that you wrote at the start and go and look at it and say, I wonder how my friend would respond to that in terms of feeling that they felt seen. When I look at the ways that I've expressed thanks, I realize that a lot of times, oh yeah, it does come too quickly back to what that kind thing, oh, that was so great for me, thank you. So there's a way in which just kind of reminding ourselves how to stretch back into that other focus in that moment. It ends up being kind of a booster shot in this way. So I don't know if you have any connections to thinking about how thanks works when you receive it, or how it factors in any.
I can see normal ones being inert though, because it's kind of an expectation that you. I mean, it doesn't always happen, but when it comes back, it's just kind of what's expected. So if you don't personalize it a lot more, then it wouldn't mean much.
Exactly. Especially, I mean, we have cultural scripts around thank yous. Like you teach your kids to say thank you from a really young age, but it's it's debatable whether there's an emotion involved in that or is it just a script. So what gets the psychology of it is trying to kind of drill past the niceties, the social nicety parts, and see what's the emotional feel that goes with it. There's a reason we created as a culture these rituals around thanks, because they can have an important effect. But when they just become a script, they can kind of lose their force. So.
I like the whole idea of thank you. I just, this, the time period of Thanksgiving, and trying to do a lot of thanking and teaching our students to write handwritten thank you notes. And I tend to write very long ones because I'm trying to think about how that person will feel when they receive and they start reading.
Yeah.
So, to encourage them to continue to do what you're doing because it made me feel a certain way or whatever.
Right, right. So having that real emotion and empathy lens is really critical. And that's sometimes something we really miss out when we teach our kids. It's like, oh, you got to say thank you in this situation. We're focused a lot on getting the words out without, kind of tuning an eye towards the emotional exchange. So, great example. Thanks.
Yeah, and I think I know there's a lot to be said about receiving also, is that a lot of times we can just not fully receive, like whether it's thanks or compliments, we can tend to kind of just say like, oh, you too, like go ahead and put it on the other person, but to really let yourself feel that thank you, and really, it's like a gift to the other person when you're receiving what they're giving to you.
Yeah, and just think, so often we say, oh, it's nothing. You're like, oh, no, don't sweep it away. Take it in. Just in terms of, again, we have kind of habits of interacting that kind of drive right past these opportunities for positive connections and health and, better communities. So great reminder. Thank you. So take a moment and think about what happens when someone like bounds into the room so clearly feeling joyful. I mean, how does that affect you?
You can really sense, I think, people's emotions very quickly, and particularly if you're going into maybe a meeting with someone and they are feeling, you can sense that they're kind of in a good mood. It kind of, the flow of just the interaction is a lot less restrained. I think it's just, I always find it easier when I know someone's in a good mood to just have this kind of, more creativity, like the positivity broadening our kind of cognition. I definitely sense that. And I think it becomes more apparent when you think about when you interact with someone and you can tell they're in not such a good mood, that it kind of like, it's hard not to notice that. And you catch yourself kind of struggling.
Right. So, I mean, there's a way in which our emotions are so contagious that, one person comes in feeling one way, and then through mimicry or through ways in which you're trying to figure out what that person's feeling, you kind of internalize it a bit. That same emotion comes to live in you too. And so there's ways in which whatever emotions we cultivate in ourselves or practice, are what we're kind of putting out and inviting other people to feel as well, in the same way that emotions kind of belong to everybody that's in the room. there's research to show that leaders' emotions are especially contagious. I mean, everybody's emotions are contagious, but leaders are the ones that have the podium. And so their expressions and their gestures really get out there a lot more and affect the whole tone of a team or the whole tone of an organization. So there's definitely ways we tend to think of our emotional experiences as these private individual happenings, but they're very much about how we relate. So I don't know if you have any examples of that or ways you'd like to chime in.
Yeah, well, I'm really into dancing, and I have this one particular dance community. It's just amazing, and a lot of times I'll come in late when everybody's already dancing, and just as soon as I walk in and see everyone just having so much fun and just really doing their thing, it's like totally heart-opening, and I just have this huge smile and just feel so much joy immediately upon walking in, no matter how I was feeling just a minute before. It's really amazing.
Yeah. So now you can have a sense about what is it that just happened when you walked into the room. People would call it, oh, it's magic. Yeah. No, it's not magic. It's like this emotional communication that's going on. Yeah. Yeah, great example. Great example. With all the things that we've learned about positivity resonance, and I've learned about positivity resonance, it's made me change my rituals in my day to try to figure out how to get more of it in my day. And like, for example, I used to stay in contact with my sister by email and text or whatever. Now we just decide to she lives in another state, so we walk and talk once a week. Get together every Thursday morning, and I walk through the woods talking to my sister. And it's kind of like we're there. So given that she's that many miles away, the phone is the best way for us to have that real-time sensory connection where we can really share each other's experience. Another ritual that I'm really proud of is that instead of faculty meetings, my colleagues and I get together and play cards once a week. And we fit in the business around the card game, but we just kind of make sure that we have this regular fun thing to do that keeps us laughing and got a little competitive spirit or whatever, but it sure beats a faculty meeting once a week. So one of the things that as we wind down this course that I wanted to share with you guys is that within emotions science, there's this the equivalent of the scholarly earthquake going on that gets back to that question that we started this whole course with what is an emotion. And so often when scientists have answered that question, what is an emotion, they've focused on things like anger, fear, and joy, and that these are coordinated responses that presumably are all orchestrated by some program in the brain that says joy here, anger here, fear here. And the hidden assumption in that view is that the specificity of our emotions, the fact that we feel anger in this situation, joy in this one, gratitude in another, is somehow given to us by our basic biological design of our bodies and brains. But there's a new challenge within emotion science to that view that says that, actually what seems to be a biological core is just the sense of pleasantness or unpleasantness, and also a sense of high energy versus low energy. And that what makes an emotion specifically either anger or fear within the negatives or gratitude or joy within the positives is really how we knit that experience of pleasantness to the circumstances and what it means to us, so that there's a way in which we're constructing emotions based on the specificity of the emotions, based on our cultural beliefs and our knowledge about emotions. And I actually think this is a really exciting opportunity to be thinking about love in a different way as I've tried to encourage you to do here, actually changes your emotional capacity in that sense. So in a way, it kind of, I'm hoping that it'll give you like a new set of lenses, kind of like night vision goggles that allow you to see where previously you didn't see this experience of micro moments of positive connections. But just learning about this helps you see it where you didn't see it before, because so much of what we perceive and experience in the world is shaped by our expectations and what we think is possible. And for instance, I just want to take a moment to see if, did you notice anything unusual in this picture? You see anything out of the ordinary there?
The reflection, the cards.
Well, that's maybe out of the ordinary. Looking at the cards a little closer, do you notice anything?
Full house.
The
Full
10 is black, and it's
The
normally red.
diamonds are black.
Yeah.
Yes. Isn't that interesting? You can look at it for that long and realize that even if you know playing, well, you have to know playing cards.
Yeah.
You know, that diamonds are red. And I got this image from Scott Plous, who created it for his social psychology Coursera course, which was just wildly popular. But it's a great example about how our expectations feed into what we see. And you know, okay, if you don't have experience with playing cards, you might not see it in the same way, but a lot of people do. But yeah, there's, you know, if you just expect it to be the regular system, it takes a long time to see that something unusual was in place there, like the diamonds are black instead of red. And so what I think is potentially happening by thinking of love, or the core of love at least, as these micro moments of positive connection, it's like opening up a new possibility for experience. And you know, I want to be clear that I think that, you know, for millennia, humans have experienced these micro moments of positive connection, whether they, you know, subscribe to that view or not. But I think subscribing to the view that there's something really consequential in those micro moments of connection, both for individual health and for another's health. Oh, we didn't talk about this with health behaviors, but these micro moments of connection, they're not just about our own health. This is like giving health to others at the same time. So it's not like this selfish way of, what can I do to be healthier? It's like, how can I radiate health to others? So that the consequences of this are not just for the self, they're for others and community as well. I think for millennia, humans have recognized these connections as special and important, and then created rituals and words and even whole religions around trying to honor them and cultivate them. And so I think that a scientific perspective helps us drill in and see, oh, exactly, oh, okay, this is why these particular moments seem to be especially energizing and life-giving. They are literally making the body healthier. They are literally making our bonds with others stronger. They're literally creating safer communities, and so they're really important aspects. So what I think is possible if you have your eye tuned to the importance of these moments is that it can make more of those kind of moments come alive rather than skipping past them. Can you come up with any examples of times that a person might overlook opportunities to connect, whereas with this kind of perspective they might kind of come at it differently?
It can just happen any time. I've noticed so much in my own life, just bringing in that awareness that we can tend to not really be present for these potential moments of joy or connection or whatever it is. And just noticing when I might be holding back a little bit or not being totally present, just in any interaction with somebody, and just really if I'm interacting with somebody who I really love or something great is going on, just consciously being present and leaning into that and feeling it as much as I can, it makes a huge difference.
Right, right. So just that attitude of openness and leaning in can help it to grow, versus just sort of, thinking of it as ho-hum or routine or and that sort of thing.
I had a student in class yesterday, a teacher came and talked to one of the classes I teach called Helping Youth Thrive, and she was just talking about how difficult it is to be a teacher, and we went through evaluation systems and all these other things, but she paused and said, yesterday the second grader was walking around the hallway in cowboy boots way too big for her. She goes, that's all it took for me to do it. And she just said that one moment of kind of just pure joy of watching that kid made teaching worthwhile.
Yeah.
So it's cool to hear.
Yeah, sort of the things that are kind of outside of the job description, but really keep us going.
Sure.
Yeah, great example.
I was thinking from the academic perspective, the pedagogy and how we design our classrooms, being intentional around making sure that we have opportunities to express the positive emotions, and whether it's the way we teach, whether or not we empower someone, the acknowledgement, staying in a place of gratitude, all of that within the classroom, especially at the college level.
Yeah.
It's needed.
Yeah, what I've taken to doing whenever I can, when the class is small enough and the furniture is mobile, make a circle. It's just, circles don't just have to be for elementary school. We can actually respond to each other, build off each other's ideas a lot more when we can see each other.
And be intentional in that in group work.
Yeah. And breaking into smaller groups and going with that. Yeah.
I was going to say, sometimes when I start class, before we start the lecture or the exercise, I just stop and pause and I say, tell me something good that happened the day before.
Yeah.
And they like, and then they start getting into it, and it just changes the whole class.
Yeah, it reminds me of our ritual for our lab meetings, which Brett knows. I realized, I work with a large team of postdocs and grad students and staff, and often I don't see them every day. So we come together once a week, and we just have a quick ritual of expressing like something that we're appreciative of, either in the past or looking forward to, or it really warms up the room quickly and sort of allows us to kind of holistically come to work together rather than just focused on the facts of this paper or that piece of the science or something. So it doesn't take that much time.
Yeah, it's those simple, quick things. It's not too difficult. Just swing in someone's office on your way to your own office and smile and say hi. And it's just these quick things that I think in our appreciation ritual, doesn't take up too much time, and it makes a big impact on my day.
Yeah. There's an analogy that I like to use, that it's kind of like the potential for these experiences of connection and positivity resonance are there all over the place. It's like they're abundant. It's kind of like it's a field that's been pre-planted with all these tulip bulbs. But our old school way of thinking about love as romance, once in a lifetime kind of thing, it's kind of like we pour a thick layer of cement over that field of bulbs. And it's still possible for one to kind of push through and break out and bloom, but it's not so easy. And so this new view of love kind of clears away that cement and lets those things that are going to naturally occur between people occur, kind of letting 1,000 flowers bloom instead of kind of suppressing them and holding them back. So I'm hoping that analogy kind of fits here. And I know I've mixed my metaphors quite a bit over the course of this class, but thank you very much. This has been so great. Appreciate your involvement and your ideas and your connections. Thanks. I so appreciate you joining us for this introductory tour of positive psychology. My aim has been to offer you key insights and strategies that you can take away and put into action to steer yourself and those around you towards greater well-being, even when times get tough. As I've mentioned at the start, you are now part of something much larger, the positive psychology movement. and the ripple effects of this movement extend far and wide and are literally changing this world. I invite you to stay connected to keep this movement spiraling upward and onward. There are 3 easy ways to do that. First, join the International Positive Psychology Association, or IPA as we call it. I've recently been elected to serve as president of this tremendously diverse organization, which has members from more than 70 countries representing a wide spectrum of professions and backgrounds. Indeed, IPA actively encourages interested people of all backgrounds to join the association and offers greatly reduced membership fees for students and affiliates. As an IPA member, you can access IPA's extensive learning library of videos and webinars and receive discounted registration to the World Congress on Positive Psychology. Please visit ipanetwork.org to learn more. A second organization that you'll want to know about is the Greater Good Science Center at the University of California at Berkeley. Greater Good supports the advancement and dissemination of the science of a meaningful life. You can become a member to support them in their mission, or simply access the wide variety of their free offerings, which includes their online magazine, newsletters, videos, and podcasts. Knowing that you might especially appreciate free online courses, you should check out their immensely popular course on the science of happiness. To learn more, please visit greatergood.berkeley.edu. Third, if you wish to stay connected to me and my PEP Lab directly, please connect with me on LinkedIn or sign up to be on the mailing list at positiveemotions.org. Regardless of how you stay plugged into positive psychology, as I sign off for this course for the last time, I want to remind you that positive psychology lives on inside of you. Indeed, it's your birthright to rev those tiny engines of positive psychology, positive emotions, within any moment to nourish well-being, connection, and health for yourself and for others. So thank you. I'm pleased to be able to introduce you this week to Professor Patrick Akes, who is a faculty member in the School of Education here at the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill. And he's also co-author of a book on strengths-based school counseling. And this week you've been learning about how to put positive psychology to use to try to help other people's lives become better and richer and more positive. And Patrick does this all the time in the lives of young people, especially adolescents. So tell us a bit about strengths-based school counseling. What makes it different?
Sure. There's a national model for school counseling already, and there's a framework that's excellent that our national association, the American School Counseling Association, does. Mm-hmm. One thing my colleague John Galassi and I noticed is there wasn't a whole lot of developmental science in it, and there's been this history in school counseling about pathology and deficit focus, and we thought that it'd be better, and there's been some confusion about role. So the national model helped us figure out role, but then it was still, what do we focus on? And the recent research with positive psych really turned us on to these school counselors should be developmental advocates for kids' strengths. So they should elicit, promote, and enhance kids' strengths, and then also those asset-rich environments. In that school context, you have classrooms and peer groups and families, so you have all these contexts that you can get yourself involved with and try to use scientifically, like empirically validated stuff to boost their kind of asset-rich environments. So we just thought that was such an exciting way to go. And I'll tell you later, but when I did it as a school counselor, it really empowered kids and got them more excited about help.
So, this concept that I've been talking about, positivity resonance or positive emotions that you share with others, how How can that play a role within the school counseling relationship, or do you see that mattering?
Sure, of course. I mean, you know, our one-to-one counseling sessions that we do with kids is all about that. So they call it a working alliance in our field, but if you don't have this connection with your client or student, then there's really no progress being made. So it is just fundamental to some of our individual counseling. But I think as a school counselor, it's actually important to consider, again, those systems and how do teachers interact with kids and how are kids interacting with each other. And so if you can stimulate some of that positive resonance there, you're gonna do really well systemically too.
So how did you first get interested in and hooked on positive psychology and, you know, kind of making it part of your life's work?
Yeah, I think probably I've been a college counselor in some other places, but I think when I started working with early adolescents here in the States, the 6th, 7th, and 8th grade, around that 10 to 13 age range, those kids are tough at times. And when you get to talk to them a little bit, they're a little bit hesitant to connect. But I notice when I ask them what they usually get sent to school counselors because of a problem that occurred or they're struggling with something. But when I ask them about what they're good at, that totally changed the conversation. And they embraced that kind of conversation. They pause at first because they haven't thought about it. But after they think about it some, it causes so much more energy. And I think agency, and that's what I've always been after as a school counselor. It's not what I'm going to do for you, it's how can you help yourself. And when you talk about strengths, they have these tools to be able to help themselves. So that got me really excited. Later on when I did my doctoral studies, I learned more. And ever since, that's where I've been focused.
Oh, neat. So what's next for you? How else do you think you can leverage what we know from positive psychology, the science of it, to put it to use to make people's lives better?
Well, you know, our book I think is 2007 or 2009, I forget, but there's more science to be integrated into the work we're doing. So that's one. I think our training program, preparation programs, and trying to influence other preparation programs to include this scholarship in the work. And then what I study most is transitions, how people adapt and change. So it's been mostly in the context of kids moving from elementary to middle or middle to high school and how they adapt and thrive when they make that transition. But I think I'm going to try to work transitions broadly. Everything we deal with is transitions, like a loss. So some are predictable, some are unpredictable, but our ability to kind of use our strengths to transition through and adapt to that new context is something I'm pretty excited about. So that's where I think I'm going to go with most of my work.
Yeah, that's neat. Kind of bring strengths, resilience, connection all together.
And the early adolescent period where you're developing all that stuff, racial identity development, body image. If you can get kids focused on their strengths as they emerge with this emergent identity, boy, they pass through early adolescence much more positively than they do.
No, and what an important place to intervene. Again, when all that stuff is kind of mixing up and churning, you know, in terms of who am I?
Sure. You know? Other than early infancy, it's the most heterogeneous kind of intense period of development, and they start to make autonomous choices. So if you're going to impact any time, that is a really critical time.
Yeah, super important. Thank you. I appreciate your perspective and insights on this, and glad you're doing the work you're doing.
Thanks very much.
Thanks.